Welcome to the Ultimate React project, where you learn to build 3 complete React applications that will take your skills to the next level. You will learn to build complete e-commerce websites, SaaS landing page website, and finally a personal portfolio website to showcase yourself as a developer. In less than 5 hours, you would learn to build projects that will boost your React skills. Without further ado, let's get. The first project we're going to start with is an e-commerce website. Here you would learn to build e-commerce. You're going to build a clothes shopping website for male and female. You start with navigation bar, the hero section. You learn to display products on the screen. You learn to view detail of products. You learn to add products to cart and it will reflect in the navigation bar. You learn to add product to cart also directly from the product display. Now it's showing that I have 2 products in cart. If I click on the cart page as well, you're going to learn to increase and decrease the quantity of products in the cart, and it will reflect in the price and the total. Here it's showing that we have 2 items. You learn to remove a particular product from cart and also to delete the entire cart page. These are one of the things that you're going to learn in this first project. And for the second project, it's a SaaS landing page website. This landing page website is going to drill your skills, going to improve your skills more in building landing pages in React. Okay, so this is a SaaS landing page website that you're going to learn to build, starting with the navigation bar, this breathtaking hero section, this feature section, and the market strategy section as well. This seamless integration, you're going to learn to build all of this. What the client says for the comment, you're going to build this. And finally, the footer. Also, you're going to learn to build a very simple personal portfolio website to showcase your talent, to showcase your skills as a front-end developer. All right. So starting with the navigation bar, we have a fixed navigation bar here that is at the bottom, and then we have the zero section with the typewriter. Okay, and we have the picture, we have the about me section, we have the skill section, and we have the work section to showcase all of the work that you want your users to see. And we have the contact section as well with a very simple footer section. So all of this is what you're going to learn to build in this project. So let's get started. Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am Suli. In this tutorial, we're going to learn to create a simple e-commerce website using React.js. We're going to be building all of this using React. So this is the home page of the website that we're going to build. In the home page, we have this fixed navigation bar here. So if you scroll down, you can see the navigation bar is fixed irrespective of where you scroll to. Okay, we have this navigation bar that has the company logo. We have these links right here. We have the cart icon and the account icon. Okay, also in the hero section, which is inside the home page, we have 2 sides. The left side has this captivating text right here, and the right side has this fashionista image. We have this as well. It's showing that the company offers free shipping. They have 247 support and they have secure payments with icons describing what it is. Okay, so this is the hero section. Then if we scroll down a bit, we have the product lists. These are all the products. So for each product, we have the product image, the title of the product, and the price of the product. It's a button that says add to cart. Okay, so we have all of that for each of the products. These are all the products available in the product lists. So if you hover on any of the products, you can see the image becomes larger a little bit. So if you hover on this, if you hover on any of the product image, it becomes larger. We're going to work on that when we start coding. We have the product title here, and we have the price also. We have this button, and when you hover on it, it shows this color. It's a transparent button with a little red at the bottom. So if you hover on it, you're going to see the full color of the button. Okay, we have this footer as well in our home page. As you can see, this is the footer in the home page. So let's go back to the beginning. In our navigation section, we have this cart. Okay, so I can click on this cart. As you can see in the cart icon, it shows that there is 0 quantity, like there's nothing in the cart right now. So if I click on this cart, you can see your cart is empty. On this cart page as well, as you can see in the cart summary, the item is 0, the subtotal is 0, shipping is free, that's what we use it for, and promo code. We're going to come back to all of this later. But right now you can see that the cart is empty because we have 0 item. Okay, this is what we have in the cart page. We have this text here for shopping cart. We have the item showing the number of items that are in the cart, and we have this icon here that you can use to clear the entire cart. So if I go back to the home page, okay, let me add an item to cart. So I can add this item to cart. You see, there's a difference. It has updated right here that we have one item in the cart. If I click on this cart page, you can see this is the item that we've added in the cart. It has the image, it has the quantity, the price, and the total. Let me navigate back and add another image, another item to the cart. I can add any item of my choice. I can decide to add this. As you can see, this is updated also. We have two items in the cart. So you see, we have two items in the cart as the same right here. We can also decide to add any item of our choice. You see, this is updated. This is updated. Now we have 5 items in the cart. We have 6 items in the cart. 7, 8, 9, 10. As much as we like. We can add as much as we like. And this is the cart page that is showing the entire items that we've added in the cart. Okay, so let's go through this cart page together. So let's start from the beginning. We can decide to clear our cart using this button. So if I click on this button, everything in the cart would be removed and it will display your cart is empty. Okay, let me go back and add another item to the cart. Let me add like 3 more items. I click on the cart page. As you can see, these 3 items have already been added to the cart, and we have the prices of each item is $130 because we have one. The quantity here is 1. The total is going to be $130. So I can decide to increase the quantity of this particular item. So if I increase the quantity, you can see here the price has doubled. I increased it to 3. The price has doubled. If I reduce it, the price has reduced. Okay, the price of each item is $130. If we multiply it by the quantity, which is 2, that gives us a total of $260. Okay, we can do that for this as well. As you can see, I can decide to increase it to as much as I like, and the item here will also be updated because we have 2. The quantity here is 2, the quantity here is 5, and the quantity here is 1. 2, 5 is 7 plus 1 is 8. That is why we have this item as 8, and the prices remains the same, but the total is going to be different because we have 2 items here, and each price is $130. 130 times 2 will give us $260. We have 5 items here times $130 gives us $650. Okay, we have an item here, and the price goes for $130, and the total is also going to be $130 because 130 times 1 is 130. So the entire total for these 3, okay, is going to be 1,040 because we have 260, 650, and 130. The total cost is 1,040. So in the cart summary right here, we have the items. How many items do we have? We have 8. We have the subtotal. The subtotal is 1,040. Shipping is free according to this company. You can decide to make your shipping not free. You can decide to add like a price for the shipping, but right here shipping is free. And this is the checkout button right here. Okay, so this is everything in the cart. So for this cart as well, for each, so you can remove each item from the cart. So if I click on this remove, that item has been removed from our cart. If I click on this as well, that item has been removed from the cart. If I click on this, we have an empty cart. Okay. Another thing about this that we can do that we're going to learn is viewing the detail of our item. So if I click on the, I can get the detail of this item. On the left hand side we have the image, and on the right hand side we have the details of the image, the title, the price, and a little write up here about this item. And we have a button to add to cart. Okay, if I click on this button, it will be added to our cart page. Okay, so I can go back and still try to get the detail of another item. I can decide to not click on the image, just the title again, and it will still redirect me to this page, to the product details page. Okay, on the left hand side we have the image, and on the right hand side we have the details. So if I click on add to cart, it has been added to our cart. Okay, there's something else we need to check. So if I click on this item, let's see right here, you can see this is just local hosts. So if I click on this item, it's showing us this URL. So this is what stands as the URL right now for this product, and this is the 8th product in our object. Okay, so if I click on, let's say this is the 12th product we have in stock. Okay, let's say I click on this is the 9th product we have in stock. So basically that's what we're going to be learning in this tutorial. So let's get started. Open your VS Code. I'm on my VS Code right now. Before we start anything, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and like the video if you like what you're watching. Thank you. So navigate to the terminal, click on new terminal. Change directory to your desktop. I have a folder for YouTube project, so I'm going to change directory to YouTube project. You can change your directory to whichever folder you want to store your file. Click enter, then run this command. The name of our file is going to be my e-commerce. So this command is going to create a React app for you. Click enter. Now you have to follow this step. So I'll change directory to this e-commerce. Then I'll run this command. As you can see, it is installing. Let me make this larger so you can see it clearly. After you have successfully installed, navigate to the file, click on open folder. You have the folder, navigate to desktop. If you remember, all we did here is we changed directory to desktop, then we changed to YouTube project. So I'll look for YouTube projects, and here we named it my e-commerce. So I'm just going to look for my e-commerce, then select the folder. So I'm on the e-commerce folder. I'm going to cancel this. Then I'm going to clean up my code. First, I need to change this title in the HTML. The name of the shop is ShopX. So I'm going to enter this, cancel this as well. Open this. I'm going to delete this because I'm not going to make use of it. Then I'll clean up my app.jsx as well. Control A, delete. I'll be using REFC to create a functional React app. So to use REFC, you need to have this extension. ES7 React Redux React Native extension. So this extension allows you to create a functional React app without having to type it manually. So with RFC, I was able to create all of this. So you need to install it. I close this extension tab and I'll continue with my code. Then we have this index.css, which is our global CSS. I'm going to clean this up as well and delete. So for my entire code, I want to set the margin to 0, padding as well to 0. Then for any link tag, I don't want any decoration. So text decoration, I'll set it to none. And also for any list item, I'll set the list type to none. Okay, so we're done with that. I need to close it up. So let's see if our code is working. Here we have app. So navigate to your terminal, click on new terminal, then you run this code. So click on this. As you can see, this is working perfectly well. So let me go back and change. So I'm going to make this smaller. Let me change this to hello world and let's see. See, it has changed. So that means our React app is working. The next step is to install every necessary dependencies that we'll be using, which is React icon and React router DOM. So we'll go back to our browser, click on new tab, type in React icon. Here as well, React router DOM. So this is React router DOM. I'm just going to, once you're on this page, just come here, copy this, go back to the terminal. You can open a new terminal if you want. I'm going to open a new terminal. Then paste what you just copied. Click enter, go back. So we're trying to install React icon as well. So once you're on the page, click on this, create another one. So this is already installing, as you can see. So for the second, paste it as well, React icon, then click on enter. So this has fully installed. This is yet to install. So while this is installing in the SRC, so I need to create components and pages. So I have components, I have pages. In my component, I'm going to have, so the React icon has installed properly. So I can close this navigation. So in my component, I'm going to have navbar. So we have the navbar folder. I will create the Euro folder as well. The products list folder. I'll create the cart folder, the footer folder. and shop context folder. Then in my pages, I'll have the home page folder, and I'll have the product details folder. So for each of the folders I've created, I'm going to create the JSX and CSS file for each. So this is going to have cat.jsx and cat.css. Okay, so in the JSX file, I'll use REFC, which is that I showed earlier, that is used to create a functional React app. So I'll pause this video and create the JSX and CSS folder for all of the folders that I created. I've created the JSX and CSS file for each of these. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. Then also I need to create my data file. So I'm going to have data.jsx. So I'm going to paste what I copied from my document. That is the data we're going to be using throughout. So this is an array of objects. The array name is product data, which is what has stored all of the objects that we'll be using. So we have the ID, we have the image, we have the title, we have the price, the category, and the description. Okay, so we have about 17 products here with images, prices, and title, and I've imported all of the images. Okay, I've also copied all of this image. I have them here already. I have all of the images here. This is the hero image. These are the images that we'll be making use of. Everything is in our asset file. So let's get to work. So I'm going to start with the navbar. I'll open my navbar folder, open the JSX file, and this is what we'll be working with. Okay, I'm going to delete this. Then I'll create a div tag with the class name of navbar. Then another div tag with the class name of logo. Inside this logo, we're going to have an h2 tag, which will take the name of the shop X. Then I'll create another div tag with the class name of link. Then the link, we're going to have a list. We're having 4 list items. So the first one is going to be home. The second one is going to be products. The third is going to take contacts. And the last one is going to take use app. Then I'll create another div tag and give it a class name of nav icon wrapper. So also I'm going to have another div tag for the cards. I did not give it a class name, so I'm going to give it a class name of nav cards. Remember, we've installed React icon, so I'm just going to use cards here, and then the icon, I'm going to select whichever icon I want. So I want this icon here. Because I've installed React icon, this is going to show up here. So I'm going to give this a class name of nav icon. Then I'll close it. So we're going to have a p tag, a paragraph tag, with a class name of nav cards amount, which is going to display the quantity of whatever we have in our carts. So this I'm just going to set it to 0. Then after this, I'm going to have another icon for user. So I'm going to select this. As you can see, this has been added. Then I'll close the tag. I'm using the same class name for both, so I'm just going to copy and paste this right here. So this is our navigation bar. Then I'll go back to the app and render the navbar component. So here I will have navbar. Then I'm going to click on this. So we have our navbar. So let's head to our browser and see if our navbar is working. As you can see, the navbar is already showing. We have everything: the logo, the lists, and the icons. So let's style it. I'll open my CSS file. Before I start styling, I need to import the CSS file into the JSX file. ./navbar.css. So I'm starting with this. So because it's a class, I'm going to use dots in my CSS. So I'll set the padding to 30 pixels. Padding inline of 80 pixels. Display will take flex. Justify content, space between. Let us see. So this is what we have now. Back to our JSX file. We're going to start the link. The list item in the link. This is going to display flex as well. the gap, I'll give it a gap of 20 pixels. So the gap between each of these is going to be 20 pixels. So for the list item itself, I'm going to copy and paste this. The font size is going to take 18 pixels. The font weight will be 600. Text transform will be uppercase. Then for another icon wrapper, display will be flex. Then for the nav icon itself, each of the icon, let me copy it again. Nav icon. The font size will be 34 pixels. And the margin left will be 35 pixels. Now for the nav cards, display will be flex. Position will set it to relative. And cursor will be pointer. Let me set the cursor to pointer for the entire nav bar. Now to the nav cards amount, which is going to display the quantity of what we have in our cards. The background color, I'll set it to this color code. Position will be absolute. Right to pick minus 8 pixels. The font size is going to be 12 pixels. Height will be 20 pixels. And the width will be 20 pixels as well. The color of the text is going to be white. The border radius will take 50%. The display is going to be flex. Justified content is going to be center. And we'll align the items to the center. So let's see what we have in our browser. This is what we currently have in our browser, and it's the same as what we're trying to build. So this is what we have. Let me cancel this. We're done installing them. So this is what we have in our browser. This is what we're trying to build. As you can see, it is the same thing. Next thing we need to work on is this hero section. So I'm going to cancel this, close this folder, then open the hero folder. And I have my JSX file for my hero. I'm going to delete this, create a div tag with the class name of hero. So we're going to have top and bottom. So I'll create a div tag for hero top. Then I'll create another div tag for hero bottom. This is the top, and this is the bottom of our hero section. So the top has two sides, the left and the right side. The left side has this captivating text, while the right side has this image, while the bottom has this. Okay. So for the top, I'll create two div tags for left and right. Another div tag for right. So on the left side, we're going to have an H2 tag that will take this text, elevate your wardrobe. So I'm going to paste this here. And we're going to have another H1 tag that is going to take this text, discover timeless style and unmatched comfort. Then I'll paste it here. Then we'll have a paragraph tag that will take this text as well. I'll paste that right here. Then in the right section, let me have hero right, because we're going to be having more left and right. So in the right section, we're going to have our image. This is the image we're working with, this hero image right here. So I need to import this image into our JSX file. Import, I'm going to name it hero image from our asset folder. And the name of the image is hero.png. So I'm going to copy this, use the curly braces and paste it here. Okay, and the alt name is going to be hero image. Okay, let me cancel this. Let's start this top section of the hero first before we move to the bottom. So I'll open my hero.css. I need to import my CSS file into my JSX file. So import the / hero.css. Then also, right here, this particular page here, everything in this page is our own page. Okay, so that means that our hero section is in our own page, our product list is in our own page, the footer and the nav bar is present in all pages. Okay, let's say I want to check the detail of this page. As you can see, the navigation bar is present here, the footer is present here. Okay, so our hero section has to be in the home page. So I'm going to go to the home page and render the hero component there. So here I'll delete this, and we're going to have the hero. So I'll hit tab. So our hero section is in our home page. So another thing we need to do is on this app.gsx, we're going to use React Router DOM to route to different sections in our website. Okay, so here I'm going to have route. Oh, sorry, Control Z. So this is route, the route container. This is the route container that we use to define different routes in our application. Okay, so I'm going to have our route, close this tag. Then the part here, the parts. Okay, we are here to, okay, let me import, I need to import routes and routes from React Router DOM. So I'm going to import routes and routes from React Router DOM. So this is supposed to be routes. This is supposed to be routes. So the part here is going to take this, and the element we're going to render here is going to be our own page. I'm going to explain that very soon. Then I'll close this tag. Let me import our own page from pages. Okay, so here's what I did. I use this route container. So I'll use this route container to define different routes in our application. Then here I use the route itself to map the paths. So this / here is going to lead us to our base URL, which is the home page that I just rendered in the elements here. Okay, so now if we view our home page on the browser, which is the base URL, we're going to see this home page, and within the home page we already have our hero section here. So let's see what I'm trying to explain. But before that, we need to wrap our root file, which is this main.jsx. We need to wrap this. We need to wrap the browser router around it. Okay, so I'm just going to cut this, Control X. Then I'm going to have browser router. Then I'll paste what I cut earlier. Okay, I'm also going to import the browser router from React Router DOM. Browser router from React Router DOM. So we've wrapped our app around the browser router. That means that we can route to different, like we can define different routes in our application. Okay, so I'm just going to cancel this. So our app.jsx, we have our navigation bar already. We have these routes which serve as a container to define different routes in our application, and we've used route here to map to different parts. So this is the base URL, and the element we want to render in the base URL is our own page. Like what our user is going to see in our base URL is going to be our own page, and in the home page we have this hero section here. So let's see what we have on the browser. So this is what we have in the browser, and this is what we have in the hero section. Okay, so let's go back here. In our hero section, we have in our own page section, we have the hero section and we have the products list in our own page. So that's what we're trying to do here as well. We have this in our hero section. Let's style it. So I'm going to close this home page for now. Then I'll open our hero.css. Before we can start styling, we need to import. I've done that here already. So I'm starting with this top section, our hero. So the height, I'm going to define the height, 100 VH. Then we'll start with hero top. The display is going to be flex. Padding inline of 100 pixels. That should be okay. The depth is going to be 20 pixels. Justifying contents, space between. Remember we have the left and right section in our hero. For the left section, The max width is going to be 50%, and the margin top is going to be 100 pixels. We have an H2 tag in the left, so I'll set the font size to 30 pixels. We have an H1 tag as well. I'll set the font size to 4.5 rem. Margin top is going to take 10 pixels. We have a P tag as well. So the font size of this is going to be 18 pixels. Margin top of 15 pixels should do it. And the color is going to take this color code. So this is what we have. Now we need to resize this image. The image is in the right section, so I'll copy this and paste. The width, I'll set it to 640 pixels. The height will take 500. Object feeds will be contain. Let's see. You can see. So this image is quite smaller than this. And this text. So right here in the arrow button, I'm going to have another div tag, and I'll give the class name of arrow contents. This div tag is going to have another div tag for info icon. Okay, and in this icon, we're going to use our React icon. So we need a shipping icon. SHI. The P is double. So it's going to suggest several shipping icons for us, and we're just going to choose whichever one we want. So we have this shipping fast. I'm going to choose this. Then close the icon and give it a class name of arrow CC icon. Let me just give it this class name. Then I'll create another div tag for the detail. Div.detail. In the detail, we're going to have an H3 tag for free shipping and a paragraph element that will take okay, so basically this is what we need. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this twice. 1, 2. Then I'll change the content in it. So this free shipping, this second free shipping is going to have 247 supports. And this is going to take full support on process. And this one is going to take your payment is secure. This is going to be secure payments. The icons, I'm going to change them also. So this is not going to have this icon. This is going to have the support icon. So React icon has suggested some icons for us. I want this first icon. Then this payment as well. We're going to use the payment icon. So React icon is going to suggest several payment icons. Then we can just choose from whichever one we want. I'm using this first one. Remember we give the first icon a class name. So I'll copy this and paste it here. Copy and paste here. So our arrow section is now complete. We just need to style this entire bottom section. So this is it right here in our browser. We have to style it for it to look like this. So let's style. So I'll start by copying this arrow button, paste it here, then write the CSS properties. So display is going to be flex, justify content, space between, margin top of 80 pixels. The width will be 80%, so it's going to take 80% of our screen. The padding is going to take 25 pixels. Margin left, we're going to have 7 rem. The border radius is going to take 10 pixels. And the box shadow, there is a shadow, so this is going to take -1 pixel, 11 pixel, 24 pixels, 11 pixel, and this color code 196, 196, 196, and we have 0.75. So this is the color code that will work. So this is what we have now. Then for the contents, we're going to style the contents. So for this content, the display will be flex as well, and the gap will be 25 pixel. So for this icon, we want to style the icon itself. This is the icon container. Okay, so I want to style the icon itself. So I'm going to copy and paste it here. The font size for the icon is going to be 44 pixels. The color will be red. Now for the detail, area contents. For the detail, the H3 tag in the detail. The font size is going to be 22 pixels. And the paragraph tag in the detail as well. The font size is going to be 10 pixels. And the color is going to take this color code. So this is what we have. Our area section is complete and it's looking exactly like this. So right now, in the one with the complete project, if you scroll down a little bit, you can see that the area section is fixed, the navigation section is fixed, and it has this shadow right here. We're going to work on that very soon, as you can see it. But let's get all of this first. Let's work on the product lists and the cards before we move to that, because that is very simple. So let's work on the product list. So I'm going to cancel this arrow. We're done with the arrow section. We're going to work on the product lists. Before we work on the product list, we need to create our shop context. Okay, so we need to first understand what shop context is before we start making use of shop context. Shop context is used to manage and share states across different components without needing to pass through every level of the component trees. Okay, so the context is a feature that allows you to share value between components without having to pass props down through each level of your component tree, like without having to pass props down each level when you need to use the data. So it's used for global state management, where many components, like any component you have in your app, can have access to the same data. So in this case, we want to work on the product data. So if we have our product data in our shop context, any of these components can have access to the product data without having to pass props down through each level. Okay, and in our shop context as well, we're going to have our shopping carts. We're going to work on that when we get to the cart page. But for now, all we're trying to do is to work on product lists. So that's why we need shop context. So basically, what shop context does, or any kind of context, is just to manage and share related states, like the product list or data, cart items, etc., across multiple components. So it centralizes state management and it makes it easy for any component in the app, any of the components here in the app, to access and update the data without needing to pass props through each component in the tree. So I believe that should explain what shop context is. So let's get started with the code. The first thing I'm going to do is to import the context hook and the usage hooks. So let's work on that. So let's import React first, then the context hook, the use contexts. From React. Okay. Then I'm going to import that's a mistake. Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. I'm going to import the create context. Create context and use states from React. The next thing I need to do is to create the context. So we're going to have export const shop context. Okay. So I just created the context that we'll be using in any of the app. The data we want to share across all components is this our product data. Okay, so we'll be able to use it in any of our components if we have it in our shop context. So I'm going to import the product data as well. I'm going to import product data from this data file, right? Then the next thing I need to do is to create the shop context provider. I need to define the shop context provider, and I'll name it shop context provider. So shop context provider. So this will take a bracket, and I'll provide the state to its children component. So this is going to take children, and this we're going to create our product states. Before we create our product states, we need to return shop context dot provider. So we're going to return this, okay, and it's going to have children. So in the shop context dot provider, we're going to pass this value as props. So we're going to pass, we're here to insert the value because we're here to create the state for it. Okay, so we're working on product data. I'm going to create the state here. So I'll create a state variable for products. So here is going to have product states. So we're going to have const products. And I'll also create a setter function for products that will update the products when we make use of it. And our use state here is going to be our product data. So here we're going to have product data. This is what we're making use of. Okay. So this return statement is supposed to be inside this. Alright. So that was a mistake earlier. Feel free to correct yours. Then the last thing we need to do is to export our shop context provider. Shop context provider. This. Okay. So let me explain the little magic I did here. First, I imported our React, then the create context hook and the use state hook to manage states. Next thing I did is context creation, which is this line here. So I created a new context called the shop context, okay, so that I can make use of our context in any components without props drilling. And then another thing I did was to import our product data from this data file, which contains an array of objects. Okay, so back to the shop context, and here I created the product states. Okay, I created the state variable for product, I named the product, and I created a setter function, and I gave it a name, set products, and it's going to update the products whenever I use the product data. Okay, and then right here I'll return the shop context provider that wraps around the children components and pass the value prop that will contain the states and the function that we'll be making use of. So right here, we're going to pass the product value as props, products as props. So our shop context is all set. All right. But before we can make use of the shop context, before any of all of these components can have access to the data in the shop context, we have to wrap it around our root file. So I'm going to cut this, Ctrl X, and then I'm going to have shop context provider. Okay, then I'll paste what I cut initially. So we've wrapped our, so I'm just trying to make this look better. Okay, so we've wrapped our app in shop context. Okay, so that means that any file, any components can have access to our shop context. Okay, to our shop data. That's what we're trying to do. Now we can now work on our product lists. So our product list is a component. So you can now get data directly from the shop context without having to view props without having to pass props. Okay, so let's start by creating our product list. I'm going to import, okay, right here. I'm going to import the use context because we're going to be using it. Okay, so use context will be here. Then I'm going to import shop context because that's the context that we're using. So let's import shop context from shop context. Then we need to extract our products from the shop context. Okay, so we're going to have const products will be equal to use context, and the context we're using is shop context. Okay, so this is our product here. Now let's start the main code. I just imported our shop context and we've extracted our product from our shop context. So let me just have this here. Now let's start with the code. First, I'm going to create a div tag and give it the class name of product lists. We're going to have an h2 tag for, I need to contain this, elegant collection. Then I'll create another div tag and give the class name of product grid. So now I'm going to map through these products here, okay, and I iterate over each of the products in the product array. Remember that I extracted this product from our shop context. So let us map through the products and iterate over each product array. So here we open a curly braces, products dot map. Then here we're going to pass products and create a little, okay. So we just mapped through the products that we extracted. Next thing we need to do is to destructure products. Like we need to select what we're using in our product data. So in this data, we have the ID, we have the image, we have title, we have price, we have category, and we have description. But currently in our product lists, let's go to our product list. The things that we need here is the image, the title, the price, and this button here. So here we're going to destructure what we need. So let me have this comment, the structure, products. This is it right here. We need the ID, image, title, and price. And all of these will be in what? Products. And we're going to return another div tag, and I'll give it the class name of products card. So in the product card, we're going to have our image. So this is going to take a curly braces, and here we're going to replace this with image. Then I'll create another div tag, and I'll give it the class name of product info. So we'll have an h4 tag for title. Then we'll have a paragraph tag, a $sign first, then curly braces for price. So what we destructured here, we're going to use our ID. Okay. So here I'm going to pass in this product card here, in this div tag, I'm going to pass the key as products.id. Okay. So the key is going to be a unique key for each product based on the ID. So this is going to have key will be equal to products.id. Okay. Sorry, the key is just going to be the ID, not products.id. I made a mistake. Okay, so the key is going to be ID alone because we want to get each product based on their ID. Okay. Then after this product info, within the product card, within the button, to add to carts. Okay, so we're going to have add to carts. So this is the button here for add to carts. Remember I said earlier that this is our home page. Our home page has the hero section and the product list. So I'm going to render the product list in the home page. So here, let me just cancel this main.jsx and the data. I'll navigate to the home page and render the product list components. Product lists. in our own page. So this is everything here in the home page. All we just need to do is to style it. All right, let's type. So I'm going to close this home page component, then open the products list. So here I'm going to import the CSS. So I'll import products lists for CSS. So I'm going to start with this. The max width is going to be 1200 pixels. Margin is going to take this value. Padding is going to be 20 pixels. Text align, I wanted the text in the center. And the margin top is going to be 80 pixels. Then we have an H2 tag in the products list. So the font size is going to be 2rem. The color is going to take this color code. Margin bottom is going to be 20 pixels. Let us see. This is what we have now. Everything is in the center. Now for the grid layouts. The display is going to be grid. Now grid template column, we're going to have repeats, autofill, main max of 250 pixels on FR. Okay, so this is it. And I'll add a gap of 20 pixels. Now for the product card itself. The background is going to be white. The border is going to take 1 pixel solid with this color code. The border radius is going to be 8 pixels. And the padding 15 pixels. Transition, we're going to use transform 0.2 seconds is in out. Now for the product info, now let's start with the product image first. So this image, I'm going to give it the class name of product image. So I'll copy this, not that I'll copy this, come here and paste it here. The max width is going to be 100%. Border radius, 8 pixels should do it. Margin bottom will take 10 pixels. The height 250. And transform on a scale of 0.9. Yeah. Transition. Guys, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. And also code this along. Don't watch alone. It is not a comedy show. Try and code along. Then the next thing we need to work on is the hover effects. So when you hover on it, transform scale 1. Okay, so this is what we currently have. So if you hover on it, you can see this is working as it should. Next is to work on the product info at the bottom. So for the product info, the H4 tag in the product info, the font size is going to be 1.2. The margin 10 pixels, 0 and 5 pixels. The color is going to be this color code. Then the paragraph tag, which is taking the price, the font size is going to be 1 rem. And the color will take this color code. Then our button here, let me give the class name of add to cart. So I'll copy this and paste it here. So add to cart, the display will be block. Width is going to be 100%. Padding of 10 pixels. Background of white. The color, the text color will be black. and the border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code. The border radius is going to be 5 pixels. I just want a little curve. The cursor is pointer. Font size of the text is 1 rem. Margin top will be 10 pixels. And transition, the background color 0.3 second is in out. So when you work on the over effect also, over, so the background color is going to take those color codes. So let's see what we have. Okay, I think there's a little problem. Why is our text not showing? Okay, there's a problem with the color, so I'm just going to remove 10. So this is it. As you can see, it's exactly as what we have already. It's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. So let us compare and contrast to see what next we need to work on. So right here, if you over any of this, if you check this part, this bottom side here, you can see there is this, like, okay, let's just click on it. But if you check this bottom side, you can see localhost 5173/product/1. That means that this is like a URL. So if you click on the image, you can see the product details. So if I click on this, you can see the product detail. Okay. If I click on this as well, you can see the product detail. Okay, so this means that this image, the text, the title, and the price as well serves as a link to see the product detail. Okay, so let us work on that and what we're trying to do. So let me cancel this product list.css. Now we'll go back to our routing system because this is routing basically. Okay, if you click on any image or any title, it routes us to a different section. Okay, so that's what we want to do here. So I'll create another route. Close this. So the part here, okay, for this is what we want to do now. This particular route that would lead us to the home page is a dynamic segment that's going to take an ID because we want to click on the product. Let's say we want to click on a particular product and we want it to take us to the detail of that product. So we're using the ID for the product by using the product ID. So the product ID is like a placeholder. Okay. So here we're going to have parts /products / column, and the placeholder is what ID. And the element we want to render here is our product detail. Okay, product detail, which we got from these pages. Okay, product details. So I just need to import product details. From pages /pages /product details / this product details. Okay, so this is product details here. So this route, the placeholder is the ID. So now we can now link it in our product lists. Okay, so basically here the image can lead us to the product detail. Okay, the title can lead us to the product detail, and the price can lead us to the product detail. So that means that our link tag will wrap around the info. Let me show you. So we want to wrap our link tag around this because we want that if the user clicks on the image, it leads them to the product detail. If the user clicks on any of the detail in the product info, which is the title and the price, it leads them to the product info as well. So I'm just going to cut this, Ctrl X. Okay, then I'm going to use the link tag, link. Oh, no, I want an uppercase. So I'll use the link tag. Let me import link first before anything. Import link. So I'm going to have import link from React Router done. Okay, so we can make use of this link tag. Then what I called earlier, I'm going to paste it back into this link. Now we need to define where the link will take us to. So I'll use the tool. Okay, so it's going to be products. Okay, the forward slash products slash, we're going to have the dollar sign, but I'm going to open a curly braces here that will take product.id. Okay, and the key as well is going to take product.id. Okay, so why do we have this error? Let us see why. Okay, so this is supposed to be outside, not inside this. Okay, so this is supposed to be outside, not inside those statements. Okay, so we have it here, it is working. We have the link tag from React Router done, and we want all of this to link to the product details based on the ID. Remember that here, this is what we have. Okay, we're using our ID as a placeholder, and the element to render is the product details. Okay, let's see if it's working. So we're here, let us test it out. Let me click on the first image. You can see it's showing product details, and we have the first product. Okay, so let us try this as well. You can see this is the 8th product, and we have these product details here. So let's give this a try as well. This is the 12th product. You can see that it is working perfectly well. It's not just the image. You can click on the title, you can click on the price, and it's going to lead you to the product image. This add to cart, we're going to work on it later, that when the user clicks on this add to cart button, it's going to add it directly. It's going to add the item in the cart. So we're going to work on the cart very soon. So this is actually working right now. So this is working well. The next thing we need to work on is our cart section. So I'm going to close this up, and then we begin with our carts. So before we start with our carts, let me route it here. Okay, we need to render our carts component. So the route, let me close this element. So the part here is going to take carts. Cart is going to be the placeholder, and the elements we want to, the component we want to render here is going to be the carts component. Okay. So here as well, I'm going to import carts from our components. Carts. Okay. Now we can now work on our carts page itself. So let's start with this carts now. Now I'll create a div tag and give the class name of cart container. Then within the cart container, we're going to have the left side and the right side. So we're going to have cart lefts and cart rights. Okay, here is supposed to be dots cart left, and we're going to have cart right as well. So let me show you what we're trying to do actually. This is the cart right. We have this left hand side and the right hand side. The left hand side is what contains all of this, and the right hand side is for the cart summary. Okay, so let's start with the left. On the left side, we have the cart header. For the cart header, we have an H1 tag that has shopping carts. There is another H1 tag for items that's going to take the amount, which is in brackets. So for now, I'm just going to set this to 1. We're going to put the amount later. Then we also have an icon for trash, like to trash the entire cart. So I'm going to use trash, and React icon is going to suggest the whichever one I want. So I'm going to pick this other one. Let me see. I'm going to pick this one, the second one here, and I'll give it a class name of delete carts because I'll be using it when I want to style it. Okay, so that's for the first header. We're going to have the second header. So in the second header, we are going to have 4 spans. I'll use 4 span tag. So let me separate each of the span tag. So the first one is going to take product description. The second is going to take the quantity. The third is going to take price. And the last one is going to take total. Okay. Then after this, inside this, the left side of our cart page, we're going to have our cart items. Okay, we're going to work on the cart items. So we'll create another component for cart items here. But before that, now let us see this, like all of these that we've built. If we head over to this, okay, so this is not working yet because we're yet to write it in our navbar. So I head over to the navbar and create the link tag to route the carts in the cart icon. So now to the navigation bar here, I'm going to import link from React add-on. Okay, so this particular cart icon with the amount, everything is going to be inside the link. We're going to wrap the link around it. So I'm going to use Ctrl X. Let me cut this out. Then here, I'm going to have link tag, close it, then enter, and I'm going to paste this back. So now we're going to route it to our carts. So this is going to take /cart. Okay, so let's see it in action. So this is it in action. This is the cart page. So when you click on this icon, this is where you're going to see the shopping cart that we created earlier, items, this trash icon, the product description, quantity, and price. Okay, so this is showing a bit of another color. This is not black, so we're going to set it later. Now on our cart page, you can view our cart page. Now let's continue. This is working already. So the next thing we have now is to get the cart detail. So I'm going to create another div tag for cart detail. Then here in the cart detail, I'm going to render this component, the cart detail component. We're going to create this cart detail component. Okay, so I'm going to head over to the cart folder and then create cart details.gsx file. So this is going to take RAFCE to create a shortcut. Okay, so this is it. We're going to work on the cart details very soon. For now, we've rendered the cart details right here. Okay, so now we need to work on the right hand side of the cart, which contains the cart summary. So I'm going to use an h2 tag here, and I'll name it cart summary. Then we're going to have a div tag for the summary item. Inside the summary item, okay, before this, we should have cart summary itself. So I'm going to have Ctrl X, but cart summary. Then we're not going to have the summary item. All right, so in the summary item, we have the item itself. Let's see. Here we have the item itself. We have the subtotal, we have the shipping, and we have the promo code. So before anything, you remember that we imported this components. We are yet to define it here. So we're going to import cart details. Okay, so we have it here now. Then we can now continue with what we're doing earlier. Now for the summary item, we're going to use a span tag. I'm going to have two span tags here. The first one is going to take items, and the second one is going to take the quantity, which is the item amount. So I'm going to set this to 0. Then I'm going to create another summary item. So in this summary item, we're going to have the subtotal and the figure, the value. So the first one is going to have subtotal. Then the second span tag is going to have, okay, that's a mistake. The second one is going to have the total itself. So I'm going to set it to 0 also. We're going to change the value very soon. Then the third summary item is going to take the shipping. I need to span tab, so this is shipping. And the second one is going to take free because for this particular website, shipping is free. Then we're going to have another summary item. And that is going to take the promo code. So we're going to have span tag for promo code. Then we're going to have the inputs. the input tag, and we're going to input text. Okay, so the place owner, for now, I don't need the name and ID, so I'm going to, that is not our priority. So the place owner is going to be enter your code. We're going to have a button, and the button is going to be apply. Okay, the button will have a class name as well for apply button. All right, then after this summary item, we're going to have another summary item, but this is going to take the total costs. So the summary item for the total costs, okay, I'm going to use two span tags as well. So the first one is going to take total costs, and the second element is going to take the total. So I'm just going to replace it with 0 because we're yet to get the total costs. Then after all of this, we're going to have the button for checkout. So I'm giving it a class name of checkout button, and it's going to say checkout. So this is everything right here. This is the shopping cart, this is the item, this is products, description, quantity. This is the cart detail, which is going to contain our cart items. And this is for the left hand side, the cart summary, the items, the subtotal, shipping fee, promo code, total cost, and the checkout button. Okay, so let us work on the cart details. So for the cart details, the cart details is going to contain the image of the cart, the cart detail basically is going to contain the image in the cart, the quantity of the item, the title. Let me show you what I mean by cart detail. Let me add an item to cart here. This is the cart details. Okay, we already have this cart page itself. I'm here to style it. That's why it's looking like this. But this is the cart details. We have the image, we have the title, the quantity, the price, total, and all of that. Okay, so before anything, we need to work on the cart context. Okay, so I'm going to work on our cart context. Maybe we should work on this cart details first, but we're going to need information. We're going to need data from our cart context. So let us work on the context first. So the first thing to do here is to create our cart states. So here I'm going to create cart states. So I'll initialize the cart state as an empty array to store items added to the carts. So here is going to contain an empty array. Then I'm going to create another state variable and a setter function for amount, which is going to track the quantity. Okay, so the state variable I'm going to create for amount states. So let us create for amount. We're going to have item amount and a setter function that will update the amount of items we have in our cart. The use states, I'm going to initialize it with 0. Okay, this amount is going to track the total number of items in our carts. This is going to track the total number of items we have in our carts. Then we also need to track the total price of all the items in our carts. So I'm going to create the total price states. I'm going to initialize it with 0 as well. Now, let's start the main work. First off, we need to get the total amount of all the items that we're going to have in our cart. So I'm going to let me write a comment here, get total amount. So I'm going to use the use effect hook to calculate the total price, that is the total amount of the cart item. Okay, so I'm going to create a variable for total, then use the reduce function to iterate over the cart array, which is going to take 2 arguments, and that's going to be accumulator and correct item. Let me quit that so you're going to see what I'm saying. So I'm using the use effect. I'm here to define it here. Use effects. Okay, so let's get to work. So here we're using use effects. Okay. Now I'm going to define a variable for total, which is going to store the main code. So we're using the reduce function. Let me type all of this first, then I'm going to explain. I explained earlier, I'm going to re-explain again. So here, accumulator, this is the argument I said earlier, and current item. Then I'll create another variable for price as number. And here I'll convert the price to a floating point number. Then I want to get the current item dot price. Okay. Then I'll use an if statement to check if the number we passed is actually a number. So then it will return the accumulator. Here we return the accumulator plus the price as number multiplied by the current amount, current item dot amount. Okay, and here we're going to have 0. I'm going to explain all of that very soon. So we use the set total to update our total. And right here we're going to pass cat as the dependency. Okay, so let me explain what I just did here. What I did here, I used use effects here. Okay, the use effect hook to calculate the total price, this total price. Okay, I used the use effect hook to calculate the total price of the cat. Then I created a variable for total, then use the reduce function right here to iterate over the cat array. Okay, and the reduce function took 2 arguments, which is accumulator and the current item in the cat array. Then I created another variable for price as number. I converted this into a floating point number because prices are often stored as a string in data sets. Then now for this if statement, we need to check the validity of the price, if it's a number or if it is not a number. So that's why we use this if statement, and this is none to check if the price that we passed here, if this price as number, remember that this price as number is what is storing the current items and the price. Okay, so we want to check if the price as number is truly a number, if it is a valid number. If it is not a valid number, it will simply return the current value of the accumulator, this. Okay, and if the price is valid, that is, if this price as number is truly a number after we have converted this to a floating point number, it is going to add the subtotal of the current item to the accumulator, which is this. Okay, it will add this subtotal here with the accumulator. Then finally, we will now update our total using our set total. That is what the setter function is for. Then, so right here now, we can now add this, we can now pass total so that every other component can have access to the total. Okay, without having to draw props. So now that we have the total, we still need to work on add to cart, we need to work on removing items from our carts, we need to work on increasing and decreasing amounts, we need to work on clearing all the items in our carts. All right, so the next thing we need to work on now, we also need to work on updating items in our carts. That is if we increase or we decrease. So first thing we need to work on now is to add, the next thing we need to work on is to add an item to our carts. So here we're going to have add to carts, then we're going to get started. So we're going to create a function that will undo adding a product to the carts. For now, the cart is quite empty. So I'm going to define the function named add to cart, and it's going to take 2 parameters, our product and our ID. Okay, we have our product here already. Okay, so it's going to take 2 parameters. The add to cart function is going to take 2 parameters for product and ID. Then we'll create a new object for new item, which will be stored in the curly braces. Let me just write out the code, then I'm going to explain right now. So this is it. I'm creating a function for add to cart. and it is going to take two parameters, products and ID. And here we're going to create a new object and we're going to give it a name of new item. Okay, new item. And I'm going to open the curly braces here, use the spread operator to create a shallow copy of our product, and that is going to have the key value pair. This is going to take amount. I'm going to set it to 1. So this is it right here. So we need to check if our add to cart is working. So let's log it in our console. .log. Let's add a new item. So we want that when our user clicks on this add to cart button, it should be added to the cart directly. So right here, we need to extract the add to cart from our shop context. We need to extract the add to cart from our shop context, but we are here to export it here. So here is going to have add to carts so that every other component can make use of it. So in the product list here, I'm going to extract add to carts. I just want to give it a try and see if our add to cart is working. So here I'm going to use an on-click function. Okay, so this is going to take add to carts and it's going to take two parameters, product and ID. So before this, we need to create an arrow function first. So we have an arrow function for the add to carts. Now let us see if our console, if our add to carts is working. So now we're on the browser. This is our product here. Let me inspect so that we can view. So this is not responsive yet. We have not worked on the responsiveness. Where is it too big? So on our console, we have nothing yet. So if I click on add to cart, you can see this item has been added to our cart. Let us see. The third item has been added to our cart. As you can see, it is working. So you can see that our add to cart is working perfectly well. Another thing we need to still work on is to update our item amount. So since our add to cart is working, I'm just going to clean up this console. Okay. Next thing we need to work on now is to update our item amount. Like if we had more than one quantity, we need to update it. It needs to show that you have added 1, you have added 2, you have added 3. That is what we're trying to do now. So we need to use the use effects hook as well to update the carts, to update the total number of items in our carts. That is, if we have add 1 item to our carts, it should show that we have added an item. If we had 2 items, if we had 6, 10, 12, we want it to update it. But first, we need to check if there's anything on our cart at all. Okay, so that's what we're going to do now. So here, I'm going to use the use effects hook. So we need to check if we have any item at all in our cart. Okay, then this is supposed to, no. Let me see what the problem is. So this is supposed to be 1. Then in here, we're going to have, okay, an arrow function here. Then we need to check if we have any item in our cart at all. If there's anything in our cart, then I'm going to create a state variable for amount, which is going to store the main logic. Okay, so I'm going to use the reduce method to iterate over each item in the cart and pass 2 arguments, which is going to be accumulator and current item. Okay, let us do that. I'll use the reduce function to iterate over every item in the cart accumulator. So this is accumulator. Then for current item as well, I'm going to explain this very soon. Then we'll return accumulator plus the current item dot amount. So this is 0. Then we're going to use our setter function, set amount, set item amount to update our amount. Okay, so this is showing what is this? Okay, this is supposed to be set item amount. So what do we have earlier? Or we just set amount. It's supposed to be set item amount. Okay, so now everything is correct. So that is white spacing. Okay, and here we're going to pass cat as a dependency. So what I did here, let me explain. What I did here exactly is that I used the use effect to automatically update the total number of items we'll be having in our cart. The first step was to check if we have any item in our cart at all, then create a state variable for amount, and then I used the reduce method to iterate. I used the reduce method to iterate over each item in the cart and pass two arguments, accumulator and current item. Then return accumulator plus the current item times amount, and the accumulator starts with initial value of 0. Okay, then we're going to update the amount with the set item amount. All right, so that is what we did here to update our amount. Now the next thing we need to do is to check if an item is already in the carts. Okay, so here we want to check if an item is already in the carts. So I'm going to create another variable for cart item, but I'm going to use the find method to check for any existing item in the carts. If there's an item that exists already in the cart, it's going to return that item based on the ID. So let's get to code. Const cart item. So we're using the find method to find any item that already exists in the carts. So if there's any item that exists already in the cart that matches the particular item that we want to add to our cart, we're going to return that item based on ID. Okay. So what we did here basically is to check if we already have an item in the cart that we've added. Then we want to add a new one. We want to return that item based on ID. Okay. So we're using the find method to find any item in our cart that matches the item that we want to add to the cart again. So now what we're going to do next is to check if truly an item exists. Then we need to update our new carts. Let us say the user has already added an item already and they add another one. We need to update our carts to inform our new carts that this item already exists, which is the code that we have here. Okay, we're going to inform our new carts that this item already exists. You just need to update it in the carts. So we're going to be using if statement to do that. So now we're using our if statement. So if an item already exists in the carts, so now we're checking our cart item to see if an item truly exists in the carts. We want to update our new carts. So I'm creating a variable for new carts. Now what we're going to store here is the logic. So I'm going to use the spread operator to create a shallow copy of the cart array. Then use the map method to iterate over each item in the cart array. Okay, then I'm going to check if the ID of the current item that we have in the cart matches the ID of the item we want to re-add. Then we increase the quantity of the item by 1. What we're trying to achieve here is, let me show you in this other side. So now this item already exists in our cart. Okay, let us say the user, this is the item here. Let's say the user wants to add it again in the cart. It has updated in this cart and it's showing that the quantity is 2. Okay, so that is what we're trying to work on. That if, let's say, an item already exists in our cart and the user re-adds the item, we want to update the total, we want to update the quantity of the item. Okay, so now I'm going to use the spread operator to create a shallow copy of the array. So we're using spread operator to create a shallow copy of the array. Then we'll use the map method to iterate over each of the item. Okay. Then we check if the item we are adding based on ID matches the item we have in our carts. So we're checking. So if it does, then we're going to return this. I'm going to explain it now. So we're increasing the cart item by 1. Else, so if it does not exist in the carts, it should just return the item. So this spelling is wrong. Return CURN. Okay. So it's just going to return this. Okay. Then we're going to update our cards, our new cards. So we're going to update our new cards with set cards. And if any of that does not exist, so this is it. This is what we're trying to do. Okay. So this is the if statement here. Okay. Then here we use else statements in case if it is otherwise. So we're going to reset our cards, and here we'll create another. We'll use the spread operator to create another shallow copy of this. So this is what we have. We're checking if an item already exists in the cart. That's what we did here. And here, what we did basically is to check if this item truly exists in the cart. We want to update our new cart. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is to write the function to remove an item from cart. So for remove an item from cart, I'm going to define a function and call it remove from cart. Okay, this function is going to remove an item from our cart page based on ID. So it's going to take a single parameter, which is ID, and it's going to represent the ID is going to represent the unique identifier of the item that we want to remove from the cart. So we use filter method here to create a new array that will remove the item. We use filter method basically to filter through the cart and remove the item we want to remove from that cart. Then we use the set cart to update our new cart because we're going to be having a new cart once we remove our item, once we remove any item from the cart. So we're going to use the set cart to update the new cart. So let's dive right into it. So I'm going to create a function remove from carts, and it's going to take just one parameter, which is the ID, that serves as the unique identifier for the item we want to remove in our cart. So I'm going to create another variable for new cart because we'll be having a new cart after we filter the item from our cart. So we use the filter method to remove that item based on ID from our cart. So here I'm going to return CURN item, the item based on the ID. Okay. All right. So that is it. That is what we're doing. So right here, there's a little error. Okay. So this is not supposed to be here yet. This is supposed to be like this. Yes. Okay. Everything is working well. This is the parameter. Okay. Okay. So for our code to look good, then we're going to update our new carts. We're using the set carts. We are updating the new carts after we have removed an item from the carts. Next thing we need to work on is to clear the entire carts. So let's say clear carts. So I'll create another variable for another function for clear carts, and it would not take any parameter at all because we're going to set the cart array to empty. Okay, so that's how we clear our carts. That's how we're going to clear our carts. Now something else that is on this cart is, so this is the clear carts that we just worked on. We are yet to, you can see this is blank. We are yet to include it in the code. We're going to see what is wrong very soon. So right here we can increase and decrease the quantity of an item. So the next thing we need to work on is to create a function that would increase the quantity of a specific item. Okay, so this is an item. We can increase it, we can decrease it. So that's what we're working on next. So let me write a comment here to increase the quantity of an item. So I'll create a function and I'll name it increase amounts. And it's going to take just one parameter, which is going to be the ID that will serve as the unique identifier for the item we want to increase. So here we're going to have cart item for any item we have in the cart. So we need to find, we're using the find method to find any item we have in the cart so we can increase it. So based on ID. Okay. Then here we're going to have add to cart here, and it's going to take our cart item and ID. It's going to take two arguments. We're passing the add to cart function here, and it's going to take two arguments, the cart item and the ID. Okay, that means that if you are increasing the quantity, that means the amount of the item, you are adding it to cart as well. So we're trying to get that. We're trying to get the cart item that you're trying to increase here. Okay, so the next thing is to decrease the quantity of an item. Okay, so I'll create another function for decrease quantity, decrease amount, and it's going to take one parameter as well, which is the ID for the item that we want to decrease. So here as well, we're going to check for, we're going to use the find method as well to find the item that we want to decrease based on ID, then we'll decrease it. So here we're using the find method to find the item, and that's why we stored it in the cart item so that we can update it later. Then here we'll return the item based on ID. So we're checking if the item matches it. Okay. Okay, so there's an error. Let us see. So we're supposed to have a curly brace here. Let me cut this and then insert these curly braces. So this is going to end here. Okay, so this is going to be here. So all sorted. We created a function to decrease the quantity, which is the amount. It takes two parameters, and then in the cart item variable, we're trying to here we are storing all of this. Okay, we're trying to find the an item based on ID in our carts that we want to decrease. Then we'll return it here once it matches the item. Okay, so now we use if statements to process it. So if this our new cart item, if it exists and if it matches it, then here goes the condition. Our new cart we're going to use the map method to iterate over our item. Then we want to check if the item, the ID is equivalent to the existing item based on ID. Then we want to return a shallow copy of the item using the spread operator and the amount. So for the amount, we're going to decrease it by 1. We're going to decrease the cart item amount by 1. Okay. Then we use an else statement just in case if it does not exist. Else, we will return the item itself. Then we need to set our carts after all of this is done. We need to set the carts. So here, we're just going to set the carts after the reduction is done. So we're setting our new cart. Okay. Then we use an else statement here. If the cart item and the amount is less than 2, we're going to remove carts. We're going to call the remove carts function to remove the entire cart. That means that if the item we have in the cart is less than 2, we should just remove the entire cart based on the ID. Okay. So for us to be able to use all of this logic that we have in any of our component. For all our components to be able to access all this, we need to pass them as values here. So here we have the products, the total, the add to cart. We need the cart itself. We need the remove from carts. We need the clear carts. That is the function to clear our carts. We need the increase amount to increase the amount of item in the cart. We need the decrease amount as well. And we need the item amount as well. So now that we have passed all of these values, we can now use them in any of our components. So our cart is ready. So now that we're done with all of this, let's view it in our browser. Okay, we have an error. Let us see what the error is. On our console, it says that reference error, new item is not defined at our shop context provider. Let's see. Okay, so we're having this error because new item is not defined. So which means that all of this check if an item already exists in the cart and to react the item in the cart is supposed to be inside our add to cart. Because if we're checking if an item already exists in our cart and then we want to update our cart after we verify that the item truly exists in the cart based on ID, it also means that we're adding an item to cart. So it's supposed to be the logic here. Before I remove an item to cart, the logic here is supposed to be inside adding an item to cart. So I just copied and pasted it inside adding an item to cart because we are checking if an item already exists in cart. And here, after verification, you want to update the cart with the new item you want to add. It also means that you're adding an item to cart. Okay, so let's see if I want to try and make it look clean. Control Z, sorry. Tap this. Okay, so now we have it. So this is add to cart here. Here we are checking if an item exists in the cart. If it truly exists in our cart item, we want to update our new cart. So it's also under the logic of adding an item to cart. It should also be under this function that we defined here. So let's see. So let's see if all of our logic in our shop context provider is working. Let's start with this nav bar here. Let's see if we add an item to cart. Let us see if it's going to reflect here. So right here, I'm going to, here we're using the use context. We're using use context here. So this is going to take use context. Oh, sorry, use context. Then I'm going to import shop contexts. Contexts. Oh, okay. So what we need here is this cart amount, which is this, which is the item amount. That's what we need. So we need to extract this item amount, this logic here. Where is the logic? This is it. Okay, this is the logic that we're trying to use. So we need to extract it from our shop context. So right here, I'm going to extract it from shop context. Item amount, our use context is going to be the shop context. So now we want to get the item amount when the user adds anything to cart. So here is just going to take item amount. So let us see. Currently, so now we're on the browser. Let me add an item to cart. I've added this to cart. As you can see, it has updated the quantity. I've added another one. It has updated. It's showing us that we had 2 items in our cart. If I add another item, this is third, fourth, fifth. Let us see. It has updated here that we have 5 items in our cart. Remember that we are here to work on the cart details page. So we can't really see anything when we click on the cart. Okay, so let us start working on our carts page and our cart details page. I'm just going to close this, the navbar and the product list. Now on our carts page, we need to use context, definitely, because we're going to be extracting some things that we need from our context provider. Okay, so I'm going to import shop context as well. Import shop context from our shop context. Okay, and then we're going to be extracting what we need. What we need basically here is the cart itself. We need the clear cart to delete the entire cart. We need the total here. We need the quantity here to get the amount. That's what we call it, item amount, which serves as the quantity to get the number of items that we have in the cart. We need the total here for the subtotal, and we still need the total here for the total costs. So that's what we're going to be extracting from our shop context provider. So what we're basically going to extract is this total, okay, the cart, the clear cart, and the item amount. Okay, so on our cart here, I'm going to destructure it. Here we have carts, we need the cart, we need clear carts, we need total, we need item amounts from our shop context. Shop context. Okay, so let's get to work. So here for this item, here we set it to 0 earlier because we don't have the amount of item that we need. So here we're using the item amount to know the number of items that we have in the cart. And for this trash icon to delete the entire cart, I'll use an on click to call the clear cart function. Okay, so this is going to take clear cart, right? And then here, so right here, remember that we extracted this cart itself. So here we are rendering our cart detail component, but we need to check if our item is, if let's say the cart itself, the item in the cart is greater than 0, then we're going to render the cart details. That means if we have any item in the cart, then we're going to display the detail of the cart. But if we don't have any item in the cart, we're going to display that your cart is empty. All right. So if we have anything in our cart, we want to display the detail of what we have in the cart. The detail will include the picture, the title, the price, the quantity, and the total. But we have no item in our cart. We want to display that the cart is empty. So I'm going to cut this, Ctrl X. Then here is the logic. I open my curly braces, cart.length. Now we want to check if it is greater than 0. If it is, then we want to map. We use the map method to get the detail of all the item in the cart, right? Then here we're going to render this. Okay, I hope you understand that. So if it is not, that's what we want to do right here. We want to display a p tag, and we're using a p element to display that your cart is empty. Okay, so right now what we did here is check the length of the carts, the length of the items in the cart. So if whatever is in our cart is greater than 0, we have mapped the item using the map method. We have mapped the item in the cart method, and then we're going to display the detail of the cart. Okay, we're going to display the detail of the item. But if it is not greater than 0, that means if we have nothing in our cart, it's going to display that our cart is empty. What we just did here is we use ternary operator to write this logic. Okay, then here we're going to pass item as props, item, and the key as well, which is going to serve as the unique identifier. We're displaying the item based on ID. So since we render our cart detail components here, the item that we're displaying will be based on the ID. Okay. Next thing we need from our shop context is this total here. So we need the total here in our subtotal. Okay, this is the subtotal. So we need it here. But before that, we need to know our item here as well. Item amount. So know the quantity of the item. You remember this is the right hand side that contains the cart summary. Okay, the cart summary is also displaying the quantity of the item we have in the cart. So next thing we need to do is this subtotal, but we need to check if the total is a number. If it is a number, we want it to display the total, the value. So right here, I'm going to use a dollar. So what we just did now is to check if for our subtotal, we're checking if the value is not a number, any stand for is not a number, we want it to display 0, but if it is a number, it should display the total. All right, so I'm just going to copy and paste these as well in the total costs. Okay, so let us go through what we did again. Here we have imported our shop context, right? Then we extracted the values that were going to be made in the logic. The main purpose of short context I explained earlier, that it allows any of the components to have access to data without having to drill props, without having to pass props from one component to another, from a component tree to another. So we've done all of the logic right here. We have all of the logic here. Okay. So for this cards now, we have extracted what we need. We have extracted our cards. We have extracted clear cards, total, and item amount. Cards is for our main cards. That is our cards page, the state of our cards. The clear cards is to clear the entire cards, to clear the entire item in the card. The total is to get the total amount that we have in the cards, and the item amount is for the quantity of item we have in the cards. So right here, we use the item amount here so that we can get the items. Remember that we've extracted it here. Then for this icon, for this trash icon, that is to delete cards, we use an on-click function to make use of this clear cards logic. Then here, we're checking if the item in the cart is greater than 0. Then we want to render our component, our cart detail component. Okay. After which we have mapped our cart item. We've used the map method to iterate over all the items in our cart. Then here we passed item as props, and here as well we passed the key because it serves as a unique identifier to identify each of the item based on the ID. So if this logic is false, that means if the items in our cart is not up to 0, okay, it is going to display that our cart is empty. So that is just the logic of what we did here. Then for this right hand side here, we use the item amount as well. Here we now checked if our total is not a number. That means if it's going to display as a string, it should just display 0. But if it is a number, it should display the actual total. So that is what we did here in our cards. So let's check the cards page. So now we're on the cards page. As you can see, this has been updated. This, can you see it? The item has been updated to 5 because earlier on I selected 5. Let me select one more. Let me just select this. You can see that it's now showing that we selected 6. So the item amount is 6. You can see it here. Item amount is 6. This is the icon to delete the entire cart. But you have to style this. So this is showing that we have 6 items. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We are yet to work on the cart detail. That is why we can't see what we selected. Okay, but we have the subtotal already because we are adding it based on the ID and the total cost as well. We have it too. So now let us work on the cart details. Now let us open our cart details page. Sorry, I think I have the hiccups. So now here we're going to pass item here. Okay, as a prop. Now let us start our work. Before we start anything, we need to extract what we need from shop context, right? So right here, let me import shop context. Import shop context. Okay, so here as well, we need our use context, right? So we have all of that. Then we need to extract consts. We need to extract remove from carts, the remove from cart function, the increase. I'll explain why we need to extract this. Increase amount function and decrease amount function from use context. Sorry, from shop context. Use context. We're using shop context. Okay. So if we check this, right? This is our cart detail. This parts here, this image, title, the quantity, the price, and the total. That's our cart details. Let me add like 2 more items so that we can see. This is 3. Okay, this is what we have in the cart detail. The cart page itself is what contains this header, this shopping cart, the items, the icon to delete the entire cart. The cart page itself has the left and the right center. Okay, The left center is this part, the right is the cart summary. Do you understand? The left center is all of this, the right is the cart summary. So within the cart page, we have our cart details. The cart details contain our image, title, the icon and the text to remove a specific item. So that is why we have it here. That is why we have remove from cart. You know that the logic of remove from cart, let me show you here. The logic of remove from cart is that we should remove a specific item from our cart. It's different from clearing the cart. Okay, so that is why in the cart details we're instructing remove from cart and we're not instructing clear cart. Then for this increase amount, here we can increase the amount of item in our cart. That's why we instructed increase amount. Then for decrease amount as well, you can decrease the amount. That is why we instructed the function for decrease amount too. Okay, so that is basically it. Then now we need to destructure our item in the sense that we need to destructure what we're going to be using, what we want to show in our cart detail. So here we need the ID because we're working with each item based on ID. We need the title, we need the image, we need price, and we need amount. Everything will be equal to what? Item. Okay, so now we can start our GSX. So I'm going to create a div tag and give it the class name of cart item. Then we're going to have our product detail. So another div tag for products details. First of all, we're going to have an image. That's the first thing, right? So this is going to take image. Remember that we structured this image in item. After the image, we're going to have another div tag for product info. So in the product info, we're going to have an h3 tag for our title. That is the name of the product, right? After the name of the product, we're going to have another div tag for cart remove item. To remove an item, the icon I showed earlier, I'm going to explain that also. And that is going to contain the trash icon. I think it starts with fee trash. Okay, this is it. Okay, so when you click on, let me show you something. When you click on this icon, it's going to remove it. It's going to remove that specific item. So here on this div, this is going to have remove. The text is going to be removed. So in the div tag, we're going to use an onClick function, right, to call the remove from cart icon. To call the remove from cart function based on ID. Okay, so here is going to be onClick, right? Then we want to call the remove from cart. Oh, I think I just made a mistake. Okay, this is the proper way. So here we're using the remove from cart. Okay, and here we're going to pass just one parameter and it's going to be ID. Okay, because we're removing each item based on their ID. Okay, so we have all of that. This is working well. Now we're going to create another div for our quantity. Okay, we're going to have two buttons for increase and decrease. So we're going to have button, and the first button is going to take the remove. Let me see if I can get the remove icon. Okay, this is it. No, I don't think this is what I want. Okay, this is what I want to remove, right? Then we're going to have a span tag for the amount. All right, then we're going to have another button again to increase, right? So this is for increase. Add, let's see from the options of this is loading. Okay, let us see. IO add, no, IOMD add. Let me see if I can get that. Okay, so this is what I want. This is the icon I want to use. So for this decrement, let me call it decrement here. We need to call this decrease amount, right? We need to call this function that we instructed from short context. So once that when our user clicks on this icon, it should reduce it, they should decrease it by 1. So here I'm going to use an on-click function, but we'll call this decrease to decrease amount based on the ID also. So I'm passing the ID as parameter. So right here as well, to increase as well, we're going to call for increase amount based on the ID also. Okay, what else do we need here? The next thing is the price and the total, right? We need to create a div tag for price. Within it, we're going to have our price. Okay, and we need to work on the total as well. So I'm creating a div tag for total, and here the total, we're going to use this logic, $sign, right? Another dollar. Want to convert this as float, yes. The price multiplied by the amount. But we want to fix it to do 2 decimal place, so that we don't want. So this is it. This is the total. Okay. So let us check it on the browser. Right now we have an empty cart. It's showing us that our cart is empty. Your cart is empty. Okay. Now let me add this item to cart. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. You can see here we have 5 items in our carts. As you can see, it's not looking all that good because we're here to add CSS styling. But I believe everything is working. Let us test it out. So let's see if we can increase. You can see we can increase. The total is increasing as well. We can decrease as well. We can remove it. Can we? Yes. We can increase it. We can decrease. We can remove. And our total is working. Our subtotal is working. The item is working as well. So let us tell. I'm going to import our cart.css. Then we can start styling. Let me close this. Okay, I'm not going to close that yet because I'm going to be using it. So let us start with our cart container. Display is going to be flex. Justify content space between. Padding of 20 pixels. We'll start with the left hand side. So for this left, the width, I'm going to set to 65%. Background color is going to be white. Padding as well is going to be 20 pixels. The border radius is going to be 10 pixels. Now for the right hand side too, the width is going to be 30%. Background color is going to take this color code. The padding is also going to be 20 pixels for this right hand side. And the border radius is going to take 10% as well. And now to the cart header on the left hand side of the carts. So for the cart header, the display is going to be flex, display flex. Justify content to be space between. Margin top is going to be 20 pixels. And the font weight is going to be bold. Let's see. So for this delete cards, we need to increase the size. So cart header, the delete cards in the cart header, the font size is going to take 22 pixels. This second cart header has a span tag, right? So we're using this span. It has 4 spans. So cart header and the span, we want to set the font size of it to 20 pixels. Margin left is going to take 90 pixels. Now what else do we have? So this is what we have now. The next thing is this cart details. But remember that the cart details is what wraps the detail component, right? So we have to work on the detail component itself. So we're going to start with the cart item, right? So cart item. Display will be flex as well. Justify content space between. Align all the items to the center. Then margin top is going to be 20 pixels. Padding will be 10 pixel. Border bottom will be 1 pixel solid. And this color code, right? So what else do we have in the cart details? We have the product details. So for the product details, the display as well is going to be flex. Justify the content space between as well. Align all the items in the center. And the max width is going to be 50%. Now we have an image in the product details. So the image, we're setting it to 60 pixels. The height is also going to take 60 pixels. Margin right is going to be 20 pixels. Let us see. So you can see this is what we have. Then we need to work on this H3 tag. Okay, so the H3 tag is inside the product info container. So we're going to have the product info H3. Margin will be set to 0. The font size is going to be 18 pixels. We also have a paragraph tag in the product info. So the color, we'll set it to this color code. Margin is going to be set to this value. And we have a button as well. So this background, we're going to set it to none. We don't need any background. The border, none. The color is going to take this color code. Okay. And the cursor will set it to pointer. Margin top is going to be 10 pixels. So for this delete item, where is it? Okay, we're not there yet. Once we get there, I'll explain. What else do we have? So we have this quantity. For the quantity, display flex, align item center. Then in the quantity, we have buttons, right? The width was setting to 30 pixels because it's going to be a very small button. The height as well is going to be 30 pixels. Border will set it to none. Background color is going to be this color code. Then our cursor is pointer. Display is flex, right? Align item in the center. Justify content in the center. And the font size is going to be 18 pixels. Oh, what is this? Font size 18 pixels. What else do we have? We have a span tag in this quantity, inside the quantity container, right? So we're going to have the quantity and the span tag, and we'll set the margin. Okay, what is left is the price and the total. So the price, that was a mistake. Let me copy it again. I'm going to copy this price. And then the total. The font size, we're going to set it to 16 pixels. And the color is going to take this color code. Now that we're done styling the cart details, let us see. We're here to style the right hand side of our cart page. So let's start with the right cart. Let me see. The H2 tag, we're starting with this H2 tag for cart summary. The font size is going to be 24 pixels. Margin bottom is going to be 20 pixels. What else do we have? We have summary item. So for the summary item, display is flex. Justify content space between. Margin bottom is going to be 10 pixels. Okay, so we have how many summary items? 4. But this particular one has total costs alongside. So we need to style this separate. So summary item, the total cost, the font weight, we want it to be bold, and the font size will take 18 pixels. So this is what we have right now. We can increase, we can decrease, we can increase, we can decrease, we can increase, we can decrease, we can remove, right? We can clear, right? We can go back here, add this, add, add as much as we like, and it's going to reflect here. The item here is reflecting the prices, the total, and also everything is looking good here. What is left for us to style here is the checkout button. Okay, we're here to style the apply button, but let me style this checkout button first. The width is going to take 100%. Background color is going to take this color code. The text color is going to take white, right? Padding is going to take 15 pixels. Border, we'll set it to none. Cursor is going to be pointer. And margin top is going to be 20 pixels. Now, for the apply button, the background color is going to take this color code. The color of the text is going to be white. Border, set it to none. Padding, 10 pixels, 15 pixels, this should work. Cursor here is going to be pointer. And margin top is going to be 10 pixels. Oh, is there a problem? Let me see. Let me reload. Our cart is empty. Let us see what the problem is. Let me add one or two. Oh, let me see. Okay, so there's basically no problem. I don't know why it just did that. So this is everything done. So we can increase, decrease, and then what else do we need to work on? Let us see what we're trying to build here. What is left for us to work on? We have our add to cart already. Okay, our product detail. This is quite simple. We don't have much here. So let us work on this. So now I'm going to cancel this, everything about concerning carts, because we're done with carts. The next thing is our product details, right? So this is what we're trying to build. So when we click on this, we want to see something here. So the first thing I'm going to do is use context, because we're going to need it. That is the advantage of short context. You can have access, any of the components or pages can have access to data from the short context. Now, in viewing detail, we need use params. This is a hook that allows you to access a URL parameter in React. Okay, so here I'm going to import params, which it's more like a short form for parameter. Import use params from React Router. Okay, this is a hook that allows us to access URL parameter in React.js. And also, I'm going to import our product data from our data. And I'm also going to import our shop contexts from our shop contexts, right? So here, let me show you something. Here we can add to carts in our product detail. We can add to carts. That means that we need to extract the add to carts function into our product detail. So right here, I am going to extract our add to cart function, add to cart, from our shop contexts. Okay. Now we need to get the product ID. Get product ID. So here, ID, use params. All right. And now we need to get each product based on their ID. So we're going to create a variable for products and store this logic. Let me create this. Let me write a comment. I love to write comment. Get product based on ID. Oh, why is everything in caps lock? So I'm creating a variable for products, const product, and then we're going to store this logic. So here's what we're going to do. I created a variable for products, and we're going to use the find method to search through the products data array and return the product URL parameter based on the ID. So what we're going to return, what we want to store in products is whatever we search using the find method. So let me show you something. This is our products data, right? So we want that when you click on any of the products in the home page, it should lead you to the product detail that has the same ID, that matches with the ID of what you clicked on. Okay, so if you click on the second product, you should see the detail of the second product, not the detail of the first product or the third product. You should see the detail of whatever you click on. So that's why we're going to use the find method to search through the product data array and return the product URL parameter based on the ID. So we're using products product data dot find or find them products, right? Then here we want to return the products that we find based on the ID. So we're going to convert this to pass int to an integer. Okay, then we can now start with our JSX. I need to create a div tag for product detail. It has two sides. We have the detail left and the detail right. Before that, let me do for detail right. So the left hand side is going to have the image. Okay, so this is going to take product dot image right, and on the right hand side we need the product title, product dot title, that is the name of the product, and then we need the price as well. I'll give the class name of product price. Okay, we need the dollar sign, then we're going to have product dot price. Also we need the description, and then here we're going to have product dot description, and then a button to add to carts. Remember earlier I said that we need add to cart function, right, from our shop context. That is why we extracted add to cart here. So now we're going to use the onClick function, onClick. Then we'll create the function for add to carts. Okay, and we're going to pass two arguments, product and ID, because we're adding to carts based on the product ID. So basically this is what we have. Okay, we're here to style this. This is where it is looking little. Let's see if our button is working. You can see it has added to carts, and I click on it again, it is adding. If I click on it again, it is adding, and when we open the carts, you see this is what we have, right? So let us go back to the styling. Let us style it so it will look like this. So we need to import the CSS, import the product details.css. So now we are here. We're going to start with the product details. So for product details, display is taking flex, padding is 80 pixels. And then we have the left and the right. On the left hand side, we have the image. So the width of the image is going to take 460 pixels. Now to the right. So on the right, we're going to set the padding to 70 pixels. And then we have an H3 tag as well. We set the font size to 30 pixels. Then on the right as well, we have the product price. The font size, we're going to set it to 22 pixels. The color will take red. and the margin top will be 10 pixels. We'll have the description as well. So for the details rights, we have this description. Font size is 20 pixels. The color is going to take this color code, and margin top is going to be 15 pixels. The last one is the button. So for the button, we're setting the padding to 1 rem and 3.6. Margin top is going to take 15 pixels. Border will be none. Background will be red. And the text color will be white. So let us see. Oh. So right now we have this product image is looking small. That means that our containers are sharing the same thing. Let me see. Okay, so this cart detail has product details here. And our product detail as well has a class name of product details. So let's just give this product detail info. Right. Since we are trying to get the information about product detail, and this is also take product detail info. So you can see that everything is now working perfectly well. Let me show you the entire code. So you're going to see what I just corrected. I corrected this product detail info because our cart detail here has the same class name with this. Okay. Then this is the entire styling right here. So let us check what else. Let me see another product. This is what we have. Let's check for another product. This is what we have. Everything is looking okay. Everything is working well. Let's see this as well. You can see it's looking very, very nice. Very, very okay. See this. So everything is working, and we can add them to carts. Can you see? We can add it to our carts. This is for the skirts. Add it to carts. It is on our carts page. You can increase, you can decrease, you can increase, you can remove, you can increase, decrease, and even delete the entire cart. So what next here that we need to build? Okay, so we still need to work on the navigation bar, this shadow, and we also need to make it fixed, and our footer as well. So I think that's all. After this navigation and the footer, then work on the responsiveness, because every website needs to be responsive. So let us work on the navigation bar first. So we're done with this product detail, cart detail, product details. So let me close this, and then I open the GSX file for navigation. So right here, I'm going to use window the add event listener for scroll, so that when we scroll, our navigation bar will be fixed, right? And then we'll try to create the function. So we're creating a variable for navbar. So documents, the query selector, we're selecting navbar. This navigation, the entire container for navigation, right? That's what we're working on. So here, navbar, this navbar right here, that's the variable here, the class lists, the toggle. This is a pure JavaScript code, toggle. It's double G, okay? So when it is active, and then we scroll down, let me the window dot scroll on y-axis. Once we scroll more than 100 pixels, then this will be active. Okay, so the next thing I need to do is to style this active, the active property. That's what we need to style. So I'll open my CSS. Now I'm going to have .navbar .active. I need to set the padding to 20 pixels. The position will be fixed. Oh, sorry. Position will be fixed. That means that once we scroll down more than 100 pixels, the position of the navigation will be fixed. We'll justify the content space around. The top will set it to 0. And the Z index is going to take 1000. The width definitely is going to be 100%. Yeah. Background color is going to take this color code. And then box shadow is going to take this value. this color code. So the transition as well will be 0.5 seconds. So let us see. Oh, it's not working. Let us see what the problem is. Oh, okay. This is supposed to be scroll. How come I missed that? So when you scroll on y-axis in the window, let's see. Can you see that it is working perfectly well? You see? So the navigation remains fixed. And then the next thing we need to work on is the footer before we work on the responsiveness. Our footer is a very simple one. So I'm going to create a class name for a div tag with a class name for footer. Then I'm going to have another div tag for footer content. And then the socials, footer socials. And then outside the footer, we're going to have for copyrights, footer copy. Okay, so for the footer content, we're going to have the footer name, which is going to take an h2 tag for the name of the e-commerce. Then for our social, we're going to use Facebook icon. So we're using Facebook icon. We're going to be using Instagram icon. Okay. And then we're going to be using Twitter icon as well. So then I'm going to give each of these a class name of footer icon. Class name of footer icon. I'm just going to copy and paste it here. Paste it here. Then right here, I'm going to have a paragraph tag for copyright. So I copied and pasted this. Then let us style it. Import the /footer .css, and then we need to include it in our app. So here we're going to have footer. Click on tab. So let us style our footer. So to start with, we're going to start with this. Okay. So the footer, the background is going to be black. The color will be white. The padding bottom, padding bottom will take 3 rem. What else do we have here? We have our footer contents. It's going to display for X. Justify content space between padding of 30 pixels. And we're going to have border bottom of 2 pixels solid, and this color code. Then also our footer. Okay, I think we made a mistake here. This is supposed to be inside our footer content, the name and the social, right? Okay, so for the footer social, and the footer icon itself, I'm styling the footer icon. The font size is going to be 22 pixels. 22 pixels. Margin left is going to take 10 pixels, right? Then for this copyrights, the container, text align center, and the padding is going to be 15 pixels. Okay, I think all is okay. Okay, this Twitter icon is not defined. So let me see. Import BS Twitter from React icon BS. Okay, so this is the footer. Oh, why is this outside the box? Let us fix it. So the copyright is outside our footer container, so we just need to cut and paste it inside our footer container. Then we have this. So everything is complete, as you can see. You can add to carts, you can view a page, you can view your cart page, you can add more to the cart, you can increase, decrease, clear your carts and all of that. Hello everyone, welcome back to another exciting tutorial. I am Zudi. In this tutorial, we're going to learn to build a sleek marketing automation website using React.js. So if you're looking to build a SaaS website, this is the right tutorial for you. So I'm going to walk you through everything that we're going to build in this video. So first off, we're going to start with the navigation. The name of the website, the app basically is Travel, and we have these are the navigations, and we have this contact us button right here in the navigation, in the nav bar. Then this is the hero section. The hero section has this text here, supercharge your marketing with Travel, and it has this subtext here as well. And there's a button also to get started for free. This is a very simple dashboard that is showing stuff about marketing, and we have this as well, showing the just few of the organizations that work with the Travel, and also we have all of this here describing what they do: automated campaign setup, personalized costume journey, lead scoring and conversion, real-time analytics and optimization. So this is it, and these are the services that we offer. Transform your marketing strategy with our services. This is it. Advanced analytics, all of this. Then here in this section we have the seamless integration. So here we're just showing that you can integrate the app using your phone or a laptop with any of these websites. And also this is the comment section right here, and this is the footer section. Okay, so basically this is what we're going to be building in this tutorial. So let's get started. So we're going to start by creating our React app. I'm on my VS Code. Now I'll navigate to my terminal. And on my terminal here, I'm going to change directory to my desktop. Then I'm going to change directory to a folder for YouTube projects. I have a folder for YouTube projects where I store all my React app that I want to post on YouTube. So if you have another folder that you want to create your React app inside, just navigate to change the directory to that. I'm changing my directory to YouTube project because I have a folder for YouTube projects. So I'll click enter. Then I'm going to run this command. And I'll click enter. After that, I'm going to follow this command. You're going to see this on your screen. So change directory to the name, sales marketing. Then I'll enter npm install. Make sure you have internet connection. Now we've successfully installed what we need. So I'm going to navigate back to my file. Then I'll click on folder. I'm going to start with my desktop. Remember, we changed directory to the desktop. Then I'll look for the folder for YouTube projects. Now I'm going to look for the SaaS marketing. Then I'm going to select the folder, and the folder is going to open. So this is our React app. First off, I'm going to delete the app.css because I'm going to use them here. And I'm going to clean up every other file. The app.css, Ctrl A, delete. Then I'll use RFC to create a functional React app. Is a shortcut to create a functional React app. So to use this shortcut, you need to have this extension. You need to have the ES7 React Redux React Native extension. I have mine installed. Okay, so if you install this, you can use the shortcuts. So I'm just going to close this, open back my folder. Then this is my app. Then my index.css, I'm going to clean it up as well. And I'm going to, so for the entire project, I'm going to set my margin to 0 and my padding to 0 as well. Then for all the lists, all the links, my text decoration, I'm going to set it to none. And for every list item that will be in this project, I want to set the list out to none as well. Okay. Then in my index.html, the title of my project is a SaaS marketing website. So this is SaaS marketing. Alright, so next thing I need to do is to check if my React app is working. So I'm going to my terminal, create a new terminal. Then I'm going to run this command, npm run dev. Click enter. So you're going to see this on your screen. Hover on this and you will see follow link. Click on follow link. And as you can see, this is working well. We're seeing this app here. So let me minimize this a bit. Let me change this to hello world and let's see if we'll see the effect. And here it is, hello world. Okay. So this is actually what we're trying to build. Let's see. We have icons here. So we need to install React icon. So let's install React icon. React icon. So click on this, and then when you get to this website, this npm, copy this, then go back to your terminal on your Git bash or whichever one you want to use. It's not compulsory to use Git bash, and then paste it, then click enter. Okay, so while that is installing, we're going to be creating all of the components that we're going to need. In our SRC folder, I'm going to create components. In our component, we're going to have our navbar folder. And the component as well, we're going to have the hero folder. We are going to have the card folder. We're going to have the comments folder. We're going to have footer, the integration section as well. I'll just give it an integrate folder and services folder. And we're going to have our data, our file for data.gsx. Okay, so I'm going to create the GSX and CSX file for each of these. Let me create one. So in the card, I'm going to have card.gsx, and I'm going to have card.css as well. So I'm going to pause this video to create the GSX and CSS file for the comment, footer, hero, integrate, navbar, and service section. So I've created the GSX and CSS file for each of our folder. Let me just cancel every one of them so we can start with our project. Okay, first off, I need the images that we're going to be making use of. This is all of the image that we'll be using, including all the logos. So I'm just going to copy and paste in my asset folder. I think I made a mistake. It is not in the asset folder, it's just in the component. So let me pause and correct it. Okay, so now I've copied everything in my asset folder. We have all of the logos and the images that we're going to be using. Okay, now for our data, we're going to come to that very soon. So let's start with our navigation, the navbar. So REFCE. Okay, so let me cancel this and let's start. So first of all, I'm going to create a div tag and give it a class name of navbar. In the navbar, we're going to have another div tag for the logo, nav logo, and then we're going to have another div tag for our links and another div tag for the button. Okay, so in the logo, we're going to have an h2 tag, and the name of the website is Travel, right? Then for these links in the div tag, we're going to have the link tag, the HTML link tag. We have 4 links. Okay, so I just created 4 links. All right. Now we're going to have list item within the link tag, right? So the first one is going to take home. The second link with the list item is going to take about. The third one is going to take services, and the final one is going to take projects. Now for the button, we're going to have the link that would navigate us to the button. I'm just going to put the hash here for now. Then we use the button element, and this is going to take contact us. All right. So in our app.gsx, I'm just going to delete this. And we're going to render the navbar components in our app.gsx. Okay, let us see. So as you can see, this is what we have: the logo, the links, and the button. So for this project, actually, this is the background color that we're using for every component, like the entire body. So we need to set that as well. So in our global CSS, the index of CSS, for the body, I'm going to set the background color to this color code. Okay, and the text color is going to take white. So as you can see, there is a changes. Okay, so back to our navigation, we're done with the GSX. We need to style it with CSS. Before styling, we need to import our CSS file into our GSX file. Okay, so I'm going to start with the navbar component itself. So for the navbar, display is going to take flex, justify contents, space around. We want to align all the items at the center, so align item center, and the padding is going to take 1 rem. Next thing is our nav logo, the H2 tag in the nav logo. So here we're going to have nav logo. We're using dots for each of these because it is a class name, it's not an ID. Okay. So the font size, we want it to be 1.5 rem. Next is our links. So for the links, we're going to take display is going to be flex. I'm going to add gap of 1 rem. Let us see. Okay, this is looking good. And the list item in the links. So this is going to be links li. The color of the text color should take white. The font size is going to take 18 pixels. And the font width, let's set it to 600. So when you hover on the link, let's set that as well. Over effects, the cursor should be set to pointer. So this is it. Okay, so the cursor is different when it's on the link. It is set to. Now the next thing here is our button. Okay, so nav bar button. Oh, again. Okay, let me just type it. Down button. The button tag itself. We want to style the button. So the margin top is going to take 20 pixels. The padding will be is going to take this value. Yeah, let's see. Border for setting it to none. I don't want any border around it. And the font weight of the text will be 600. I want a bold font weight. The border radius on both sides should take 30 pixels. Let's see. Okay. So I guess we're done with our navigation. So I'm just going to cancel this and move to the next thing, which is the hero section, REFCE, to create the shortcut to create a functional React app. So I'm going to delete this. I'm going to create a div tag for hero itself, and I'm going to create another div tag for the trusted section. Let me show you what I mean. So this is our hero section here. These texts with the button, with this image, and this as well. Okay, this is our hero section. So this is the hero itself, and this is the trusted section where we have the icons and this. Okay. So in the hero, we're going to have an h1 tag with a class name of hero header. And it's going to take this text, supercharge your marketing with Trevor. I'm going to have a paragraph tag that's going to take this text. Okay. So I'm going to add a break tag here. No. Okay. And also we have the button, right? So this is going to take, I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of hero button. And here the button with a class name of CTE button, call to action button. As a marketer, if you're building a website for a marketing company, you need a lot of CTEs, a lot of call to action buttons. So get started for free. Yeah. And then we have an image. So I'm using the image tag. Remember that we copied all the images that we're going to be using in the website here. This is our real image. So I'm going to import the image from, I'm just giving it IMG name, from our asset folder. And name of the image is hero.jpg. Okay. So this is going to take image. And the class name for this image is hero image. Alright. Now in our app.js, we're going to render this as well. Hero. So here on our website, this is it. So let us style our hero section. So we need to import the hero.css or CSS file into our JSX, this is our CSS file. So I'm starting with the hero. The scale is going to take grid. The height is 100 VH. The width is 100%. Then I want to place all our items at the center. Let us see. Okay, so because our image is still very white, the item is actually at the center. Let us apply. So the next thing here is our hero header, the header text. So the font size is going to be 50 pixels. 50 pixels should do it. And then I want the text to be at the center as well, at the center. Margin top should be 20 pixels. And the color should be white. The color is actually white, so Now for the paragraph tag, the paragraph tag here, the font size is going to be 20 pixels. The text should be at the center as well. And I'm setting the margin top to 10 pixels. Now we have the button. So the button as well. The margin top is going to take 15 pixels. Here the padding will be 102.5. The text color is going to take this color code. And also the background, yeah, let's set the background to white. The background of the button. Border will be set to none. And the border radius on both sides will be 30 pixels. Also the cursor will be pointer, and the width of the text, font width, I'm setting it to 600. Okay, the next thing here we need to do is the image, right? So this is going to take the image as a class name. So let me just copy the class name. So for the image, the width is going to take 900 pixels. I'm going to set the margin top to 40 pixels. The height of the image is going to take 500 pixels. And the border radius on all sides will be 20 pixels. And here you have it. Okay, this is looking all good and sexy. This is looking sleek, just like we have it here. Okay, now to the trusted section. Okay, so in this trusted section, we have an H2 tag that is taking this text over 2000 organization use our platform, and we have, I'm creating a div tag for hero image because we're going to be using icons, right? Okay, this is sharing the same class name, so I'm just going to add s to this hero image because we're using lots of images. Now we have all of this, the logos that we're going to be using, so I'm going to import each and every one of them here. So I'm going to import Glovo. I'm just using Glovo. I'm just using all those icons. It does not necessarily mean that that's what you have to use, right? So I'm just going to copy and paste this 5 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then I'm just going to change this names here, each of them. So I'm using Ctrl D. I'm changing the first 2. This is going to take Oracle. I'll highlight this, then use Ctrl D as well. This is going to take PayPal. I'll highlight this, Ctrl D. It's going to take Stripe. Highlight, Ctrl D. This is going to take segments. Highlight, Ctrl D. And this is going to take Ionic. So I'm done with all of that. Let me just close this. Then we can now import. Then we'll now use our image tags. So this is going to be image. I need 6 images, right? What is this? Okay. Okay, so I'm using Control Alt. I want to select everything that's in there. Okay, then I'm going to do this. So this first one is going to take Glovo. The second is going to take this. The third is going to take this. The fourth is going to take this. The fifth is going to take this. And the last one is going to take this. Okay, now the next thing we need to do is to style, but let's see what it looks like without styling. So basically without styling, this is what it looks like. So let us style it so it will look better. So I'm going to copy this, the trusted container, then right here. We're setting the margin top first because it's on our image. We need to move it downward a bit. And we have an H2 tag, right? So I'm going to set the font size of the H2 tag to 30 pixels. And the text is going to be at the center. Now for this images container, justify content to the center. We want everything to be at center. Align item center. Display is flex. And we're adding a gap of 20 pixels between them. So for the images, for each of the image, the width for each is going to take 160 pixels. Let's see what we have. Okay, this is all good and slick. Now the next thing here is this card section. So I'm done with this. I'm just going to close this. Down to the card section, RFC, to create a functional reactor, right? Then I'm going to delete this. So I'm creating the div tag for card grid. Actually, before every other thing, let me show you something. So right here, this is these are content, right? It has icon, title, text, icon, title, text, icon, title, text, icon, title, text. So the best way to deal with this without having to like type each and every word, just like you do in HTML, that you have the icon, you put the icon, the title, you just have to code my loop off. So for that, you can create an array of objects, right? So right here, I'm going to create the array of objects for the cards. So I'm going to create const cards array of objects. Okay, so I'm going to set the ID. That's going to be 1. Then we have icon, right? Remember that we installed React icon earlier. So I'm going to open the tab. The first icon is for campaign. So React is going to suggest tons of icons. So I'm picking this one, campaign. And the title, right, is automated campaign setup. And we have description. So for the description, we have this text. So this is an object. This is an array of objects. So I'm going to add more because we have 4. I created the first one, so I'm just going to pause the video so that it won't take much time to create the second, third, and fourth. So here it is. I created the second, the ID, the third, and the fourth, right? And I've also imported all of this here for the icons, right? We have the MV campaign. This is it here. So this is basically what we're going to be using in our card grids. So now the next thing we need to do is to map over our array of objects. Okay, so here we're going to map the cards. We use the map method. So here I'm going to pass cards. So I'm going to create a div tag now with a class name of cards. Okay, so in our card we're going to have our icon and the main content. So first of all, we need to pass a key. So the key will serve as a unique identifier for each of the content, which are the objects. So I'm just going to pass card.id. We're using the ID as the identifier here. So in this card container, this is going to be cards. Okay. So within this card container, I'm going to create another div with the class name of icon. So this is going to take our icon. So this is card.icon. And then we'll have another div tag for the content. And in those contents, we're going to have 2 tags. The h3 tag that's going to take the title, card.title, and the p tag that will take the description, card.description. Okay, so now at the JSX, we're going to render our card components. And let us do it in our browser. So this is what it looks like without styling. This is what we have. We have the icon, the title, and the description for the 4 items in our card. Let us style now. So I'll open my card.css. Before that, I need to import my CSS file into my JSX file. And I'm going to start my styling with the card grid. The display is going to be grid template column, repeat to 1FR. And the gap is going to take 20 pixels. Padding as well is going to take 20 pixels. The max width will be 900 pixels. And the margin also. So this is it now. Now for the card container itself. The background color is going to take this color code. The border radius is going to be 12 pixels. The padding is going to take 20 pixels. The color of the text will be white. Display is going to be flex. And align item is going to be center. I'm going to have a box shadow as well. With this color code. So this is it. Now let us work on the icon, the title, and description. So for the icon, the background color is going to take this color code. Display will be inline block. Padding is going to take 25 pixels. The border radius will be 50%, so to form a circle. And the font size of the icon will be 24 pixels. Margin right will be 20 pixels. And the color will be white. Okay. This is what it looks like now. This is not given. So here, this is supposed to be an H2 tag. Okay. Then we need to style the H2 tag also. So I'm going to add margin right 6 pixels. Let's see what that will give us. Okay, so this is what we have. And the next thing on the list is the contents. The H3 tag in the contents container. Margin, we're going to set it to this value. And the font size is going to be 22 pixels. The P tag for the contents, we set the margin to 0. And the color is going to take this color code. This is going to be 0.7. Okay, so this is what we have. Looking sleek. And then the next thing here is the services that Trevor offers. So I'm going to cancel the cards. I'm done with the cards. Now to our services. RFC to create the shortcut to create the functional React app. Then let's get started. So in the service section, we're going to start by creating our array of objects because this is what we're trying to build, right? We have image, we have title, and we have text as well. So I'm going to create the. So I already created the array of objects. Let me just place this. So you can add as much as you need depending on what you want to display. So this is it here. This is each of our objects. We have image, we have title, we have text. So I'm just going to import the images, right? So let me import the first image 1 from our asset folder. So this is going to take analytics, the JPG, because that's the title of the image, this analytics here. And the second image from our asset folder, this is email marketing.jpg. Then the third image, img3. Oh, sorry. It starts with imports. We're trying to import it img3 from our asset folder. This is lead scoring, lead.jpg. So our images are okay. Then here, I am going to create a div tag for service lists. And then we're going to have an H2 tag with the class name of service header. And it's going to take transform the text in it is going to be transform your marketing strategy with a break tag with our service. Okay. Oh, with our service, right? And now we can now start mapping. Okay, I'm going to create another div tag with the class name of service container. So inside the service container, we're going to start mapping. So this is going to be services. We want to map over the array of objects we created earlier. So using the map method, services.map. So this, I'm going to pass service as the parameter, service and index. This is an arrow function. Okay. Then here, we're going to have another div tag for service itself. And the key here is going to be index because we don't have an ID in what we created. Okay, so within this, we're going to have our image and our content. The image is on the left side and the content is on the right side. So I'm going to create another div tag with the class name of service image. So this is going to take, then I'll pass an image tag here And here we're going to have service dot image. Okay. Then for the right side, I'm going to create a div tag for the content, service content. So here we're going to have an h2 tag for the title. So this is going to take service.title. And we're going to have a p tag for the text. Okay, service.text. Okay. Now I'm going to render my service in my app.gsx. So this is service. Okay. So if you view it on our browser, we have an error here that's saying, okay, analytics. Okay, so the image name is analytic. So I added an S. Okay, so we have sorted that error. Now we need to style because this is not looking okay at all. We need to style now. So this is our service.css. Let me close the assets folder. Okay, so we're going to import our CSS file into our JSX file, services.css. Now we're going to start with the service list. So the service list header. So the text will be at the center. Margin top will be 30 pixels. And then the font size will be 32 pixels. Now to the service container. Display will be flex. Flex direction will take colon. And then align item will be center. Overflow on the y-axis. I'll set it to auto. Then the padding will take 20 pixels. Now one next, the service itself. Display will also take flex. The flex direction for this one will be blue. And the border radius will take 10 pixels. Margin 10 pixels 0. And the max width will be 1100 pixels. The height of the service container will be 300 pixels. Overflow hidden. And the padding is going to be 10 pixels. The box shadow will take this value 4 pixels, 10, and this color code. Now we need to set our image. So for the service image container, then the image itself, I'm going to set the width to 100%. The height will be 100% as well. Object fit cover, and the border radius on all the sides of the image will take 10 pixels. Then the service contents, the h2 tag, the margin is going to take this value, and the font size is going to take 30 pixels. And we have the p tag, the paragraph tag in the service content. The margin will be set to 0, and the font size will take 18 pixels. Also, we forgot the service image itself. So overflow will be hidden as well. And the flex will be set to 2. Okay. Then the service contents itself, the flex will also be set to 2. Padding will take 20 pixels. The padding top will take 60 pixels. And the padding left will take 30 pixels. The height here is supposed to be 100%, right? Okay, let us see. This is what we have now. This is not looking like this. Let's see. Okay, the background color, we have to set the background color, and this is looking, the border radius of the image is looking way too much, so let's adjust it. Okay, so the border radius is supposed to be 10 pixels, not 100 pixels. And for the service, the background is going to take this color code 4B4563. I think this should fix it. Okay, so we have it now. So the next thing here that we want to build, right, is the integration section. So this is just showing that you can use the Treble app You can integrate it with every other app, your CRM tool, your email platform, social media, and all of that. So I'm going to cancel these services. We're done with this. I'm just going to close this. Now to the integrate section. So REFC to create the shortcut to create a functional React app. So on this, I'm just going to delete this. But I'm going to create a div tag for integrate. Okay, before any other thing, we need to create the items, the array, the contents to be precise. So we're going to have content, and it is going to take an array of objects. So I created it already, so let me just copy and paste it here. So I've just pasted it here. Okay, so next thing we need to do now is import all of the image. So I've just imported all of my images. I paused and I imported all of this to save us time. So we're going to start now. The first thing is the header. So I'm going to create a div tag for our integrate header. So in the header we have an h2 tag, right? We have this in the header. This is, so let me just copy and paste. So in the h2 of what we're trying to build. Now we have a paragraph tag as well. So I'm going to paste this. This is travel. Okay. Now we need to create this. We have this circular menu container here. So I created this tag for the circular menu container. And here we're going to have two div tags for the center item. So this is the center item menu. And then we'll have another div tag for the circular menu. Circular menu. Okay, so the center item is where we have this phone icon here. This is what is in the center, right? And this is the circular menu. This is in the center. So in the center item, I'm creating another div tag for the phone icon. I'm giving it a class name of phone icon. And this is going to have this mobile phone icon. So in the circular menu, the contents that we created here, the array contents, the content array, that's what we're going to map here. So we're going to have contents, we're using the map method, content.map, and I'm going to pass item as a parameter in our array function. So for our function, and I'll create a div tag with a class name of menu item. Okay. Because we have ID here, which will serve as the unique identifier. So here I'm going to have a key for ID. So this is item.id. So in our menu item container, we have the image with a class name of icon. So I'm going to pass item.icon here for the image, item.icon. And I'm going to create another div tag for the label. And it is going to take the name. So we're done with the integration aspects. Now I just need to render the integrate components into our app.jsx. Okay, let's see what it looks like. So this is what it looks like without CSS, without styling. So let us get started with our styling. I'm going to open my integrate.css. Before that, I need to import my CSS file into my GSX file. Okay, let us start. We're starting with this integrate. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. Display is grid. I want to place all the items in the center. The column gap is going to take 20 pixels. Padding will take 30 pixels. And the entire height for this integrator section will be 120 VH. The color of all the text will be white. Now we have this header section. I want the text to be in the center, or the text in the header section. We have an H2 tag in the header section. So I'm setting the font size to 32 pixels, and the margin bottom will take 10 pixels. And the P tag as well, the font size will take 18 pixels. That should do it. Now to the circular menu container. So for this menu container, the position, I'm going to set it to relative. And the width, the entire width will take 300 pixels. The height as well is going to be 300 pixels. Then we have the center item. For the center item, position is absolute. The top will take 30%. The left will take 50%. Transform, we're setting to translate 50% minus 50%. The width will take 100 pixels and the height as well 100 pixels. The border radius will take 50% because I want it to be a circle. And the background color will take this color code. Oh, it will take this color code, sorry. And then the display will be set to flex, align the item to center, justify content center. So this is it. We have it here in the center already. Now we need to set all of this in the center as well. Now to our circular menu here. The margin top will take 2 rem. Position of this will also be absolute. The top of this will take 50%. The left will be 80%. 80% from the left. And the width will take 100%. The height as well will take 100%. Transform. Let me see. I'm using the same thing, so I'm just going to copy paste. Display here will be grid. Now grid template column or repeat for file. Then we need grid template row. It will be the same thing for file. Okay. Now for the menu item. So this is what we have right now. Okay. For the menu item, position will be absolute also. The width of each 120 pixels, the height 120 pixels. Display will be flex, and the flex direction will be column because we have an icon and a text. Then the align item will be center, justify content center. The background color will be set to white, and the border radius will be 50 pixels because I want it to be a circle. So everything is mixed up here, so we just need to split them. Now what next? Let's see. We have this, the icon, each of the icon. So for each of the icon, we need to style that as well. I don't think I copied it properly. Let me copy again and I paste it here. So for the icon, the width will be 90 pixels. Margin bottom will take 5 pixels, right? And now for the label, which is taking the name, the font size will take 12 pixels because we want it very small. The text will be at the center, and the color will be black. Okay, so everything is within this. So we just need to split them and position each properly. So now let's start the positioning for the circular menu and the menu item. So we're using the end child to position each of them. The first one, so this is menu item container, which contains all of this, the image and the name. And we're getting the details from here. So the name, the icon is serving as the image. So the first one here is this global here, the icon with global. Okay, so I want to position them, transform, translate 120 pixels minus 120 pixels, right? So we have it here. Okay, so now I'm just going to copy and paste this. So for the second element, this is going to take 190 pixels and this is going to be 0, right? And we have it here. Then I'm going to paste again for the third. This is going to be 120 pixels and here is going to be 120 pixels. Okay, we have it here. So for the fourth, I'm going to change this to 4 and here we're going to have 0, and here we're going to have 190 pixels, 190, right? For the fifth, okay, we're going to have minus 120 here, and this is going to take a plus 120. So we have it here. For the sixth, we're going to have a minus 190 here, 190, and this is going to take 0. Yeah, for the sixth, 0. Okay. So for the seventh item in our list, this is going to take a minus 120, and also a minus 120, and we have it here. And for the last one, which is the eighth item on our list, this is going to take a 0, and this is going to take a minus 190, and we have everything here complete, right? So this is looking, the icon here is looking really small, so let us set the icon. So this is, the icon is okay. This is center item. I want to increase the font size for this phone icon. So let me just put it here. The center item dot phone icon. Let me just copy and paste it here. So the font size, I'll just do 34 pixels. Okay, and it is bold now. Okay. So let us compare with what we're trying to build. This is what we're trying to build here. Okay. They're able to look the same, apart from the fact that the text here has a break tag after social media. So let us correct that. So it integrates after social media. There's a break tag here. So let's see. All right, so we have it now. This is it, and everything is looking good. What next? The next thing on our list is the comment. As you can see, the comment is sliding in from the left and moving towards the right. So we're going to get this effect with React Marquee. So we need to install that now. So I'm just going to close this. Now we're on comments, REFC, REFCE. Okay, so we need to import Marquee slider. So let's search. Let me just search for. Let me cancel this. We're done with React icon. Right, React Marquee slider. So this is it. I'm just going to copy and paste this in my terminal. So on my terminal, I'll just open the terminal on my new terminal here. Let me maximize this a bit. Then I'll paste it and click. Make sure you have internet connection. So while that is installing, let us create the array of objects for our contents. The contents that will be in the comment, right? So I'm just going to have const comments. And so for each one, we have the text. Actually, I've created everything. So let me just copy and paste this to save time. So this is it right here. I have the text, the name, and the title. Okay. So our Marquee is still okay. It has finally installed, so we can continue. So I'm just going to close this, and let's create our JSX that we want to return in our browser. So here I'll create a div tag for our comments container. And we have an h2 tag, and it's going to take what our client says about us, something like that, right? Then now we're going to use the Marquee tag. Oh, right? Okay, so that we got from React Marquee slider. So we're wrapping the content around the Marquee tag. Okay, so here I'm going to map the comments I created, the comments content I created earlier for the array. So I'm just going to have comments dot map. Then here I'm going to pass comments and index, which will serve as our identifier. Okay, our arrow function, and we need to create another div tag for our card, like for each card. So div the comment card. So in the comment card, we have the p tag for the comment text, and it's going to take comments dot text, right? We're going to have another p tag for the authors, so comment authors, and that is going to take the name, so comments dot author, right? I will have another p tag with the title, like their job title. So here we're going to have comment dot title. So here in this div tag, the comments card, we need to pass identifiers. So here the key is going to take the index. So the index is going to serve as our unique identifier. Okay. Now back to our MAQ. I don't know how I don't know how it is pronounced. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well. Okay, but I call it MAQ. So we need to set velocity, right? So here it's going to take 40. So the minimum scale, so mean scale is going to be 1. Then resets after trials. This is 200. Okay. And then we have a comment here. Now in our app .gss, we need to render the comments component. Okay. So we have a comments component here. Let us view it in our browser. So this is it. It is moving from left to right. We're here to style it. This is looking like this. Let us start styling. And now to comments.css. First, we need to import our CSS file into our CSS file. So we're going to have comments.css. Now we're starting with the comment container. So in the container, I'm setting the padding to 40 pixels, 30 pixels. Text align center. We have an H2 tag in the container, if you can remember. So here I'm setting the margin bottom to 20 pixels and the font size to 28 pixels. Okay, back. Okay, this is the H2 tag I started earlier. Down to our comments card. So now comment card, the background color is going to take this color code 4B5563. Okay, the border radius will be 10 pixels. The padding will take 20 pixels. The margin will take this value, and the max width for each card will be 300 pixels. Text align, want all the text to start from the left, and then that is it. This is what we have now. Okay. Okay, so next thing we need to do is the comment text. So for the comment text, the font size, we're going to take 18 pixels. The margin bottom, we're going to take 10 pixels. And the color of the text, to take this color code. Now for the author, that is the name of, so this is going to take comment.name, not author. This is comment.name. I made a mistake earlier. Okay, so I corrected it. Now back to our CSS. So, what did I copy? That's a mistake. So comment author. My mouse is really acting weird. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh my god. Okay, let me just clear this since you refuse to copy. Okay, so we're back. So the comment author here, the font size is going to take 22 pixels. The font weight will be bold, and the margin bottom will be 5 pixels. Then the color of the text, we're going to use this color code. Now to the title, comment title. Okay, let me just copy this and I'll paste it here. So the comment title, the font size is going to take 16 pixels. Alright, so we're done with our comments. The next thing to do now is this footer section. Okay, so I'm just going to close this comment.css and comment.gsx. Then I'm going to open my footer folder. And here, REFCE, shortcut to create a functional React app. That's it. And let's get started, guys. So this is the last part before we work on the responsiveness. Okay, so I'm creating a div tag for footer. I'm giving it a class name of footer. In the div tag, we have the top and bottom, footer top, and we have footer bottom, right? So at the top section, we have this ready to get started, join our community of marketers, and we have this input. And we have an HR tag between the two, right? So for the top, we have an H2 tag that says ready to get started. Oh my god, started. And we have a P tag for join our community of marketers. Okay, and we have now creating a div tag for the input. So div tag for input. Here we're going to have the input for mail. The name is email. For now, I don't need an ID, so I'm going to replace this with a placeholder of that will say enter your email. Okay, and we're going to have a button in this input container. So the button is going to display this text join now. Now we're done with the top, now to the bottom. At the bottom we have the left and the right side, right? So here we're going to have footer, the footer left and the footer right, the footer right. So for the left we have our H2 tag with the name of the company, travel, and we're also going to have a div tag with the class name of socials, which is going to contain our social medias, the socials. So we're starting with Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. So I'm just going to type in Facebook and React. Because I installed React icon, React is going to suggest a list of Facebook icons that I can use. So I'm using the very first one, this Facebook, and I'm giving it the class name of social icon, right? And I close this element. Now for Instagram, React is going to suggest a list of icons, and I just need to select whichever one I want. So this is it. I'm selecting this first one. And I'm also giving it the class name of social icon. Next is YouTube, right? So for YouTube, it's also going to suggest it's going to do the same thing. So I'm selecting the first one, and let me just copy instead of having to type again and again this class name here. Oh my god, what did I do? Copy the class name again. Okay, so we're done with the left section. Now to the right, we have a list. So we have 4 list items. Okay, this has home, this has services, this has about us, and this will take privacy policy. Oh my god, what did I do? Privacy policy here. Okay, then we're going to have the copyright section. So I'm giving the class name of p dot copy. It is going to take this text, all right, reset. Okay, so we're going to render it here. Footer. So this is it right here. Okay, so let us start styling. So I'm going to import my CSS file into my GSS file. Import the footer.css. Then I'm going to open my CSS file. So I'm starting with the footer container itself. This is going to display flex. Oh my god, my mouse is really okay. Display flex direction column gap will be 30 pixels. And we have a padding that will take 60 pixels and the text color white. Right? So we have the top and bottom. I'm starting with the top. So for the top, display grid, place content at the center. Okay. And the gap is going to be 30 pixels. Now we have an H2 tag for in the top. So I'm setting the font size to 40 pixels. I want the text to be in the center, text align center. We have a P tag as well. So the font size is going to take 18 pixels. And the text also, I want it to be in the center. Now, what else do we have? So this input here. Okay, so for the footer top input, Ctrl Z. I'm doing for footer top the inputs. Come on, the inputs. Why? What is wrong with you? The inputs. Okay, display flex. Align items center. Justify content center as well. Now for inputs, then the input tag. Okay, remember the class name for the container is input, and we have an input tag here. That's why we have dot input tag for the class name, and the input tag itself. So I want to style it. The width will take 40 rem. The height is going to take 2.5 rem. The padding will take 10 pixels. Border radius on both sides will be 30 pixels. The border, I'm setting it to none, and I want the background to be white. Now for the button in the inputs, okay, the padding, I'm setting it to 16 pixels. The border radius should take 30 pixels. Margin left will be minus 100 pixels. Background will take this color code. Then the text color is going to be white. And also, I want the border. I don't want any border around it. So none. Let us see. This is what we have. This is looking all sleek and good. Now we just need to style this. Now for the bottom section, footer bottom. Display is flex. Justify content space between. Now we have the left and the right section. So let us start with, I don't know, I like to start with the right. So for the right, footer right, remember we have lists. So the display is flex. Okay, gap between each of the list item, I'm setting it to 15 pixels. Now for the list item, we need to set the font size to 18 pixels. What's left? Now to the left. I did not forget about the left. So for footer left, we have an H2 tag in that, and I'm setting the font size to 28 pixels. Okay. Now we have these socials here. So now for the socials, display flex. The gap between each of the icon is 15 pixels. The margin top should take 10 pixels. And then the social icon, the icon itself. So here we have the socials, the social icon. And then I want to set the font size to 20 pixels. 20 pixels should do it. Now the copyright section, which is here. Okay. So we have it's inside the footer container. So the footer, the copy, text align, I want it in the center. And the font size should be 18 pixels. So we have it right here. This is looking all good and clear. So we're done with this aspect.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. I am Zudi. If you're new here, please do not forget to hit the subscribe button, and if you're one of my subscribers, thank you so much for subscribing and thank you for always giving my videos a thumbs up. So in this tutorial, we're going to learn to build a very simple dark theme portfolio website using React. So let me walk you through what we're going to be building. First off, we're starting with this hero section here that has a form of typewriter that is displaying this. Okay, so this is what we're going to build in the hero section. The hero section has two sections. We have the left and the right section. The left section contains just a small info about the owner of the portfolio. We have the name and we have the job title, and then we have this text here saying I'm a senior front-end engineer with over 15 years of successful working experience. We have the image here. Then we have this about section. Before we get to the about section, if you noticed, I believe you noticed, we have this navigation section right here. This is a fixed bottom navigation bar. The navigation is at the bottom, not at the top. As you can see, it is fixed irrespective of where you scroll to. So we're going to be having this fixed navigation section as well at the bottom of the screen. And then we have this about section. This about section has the image as well and a little about me texts. And it also has two buttons to download CV and to hire. Also, we have the skills section, the skills and tools. So this is displaying the skills, every tools that the user uses and all of that. Then we have the work section. The work section is pretty to display your best work, for whoever wants to hire you. Okay, so this work section here, we just have 4 years as a sample. And then for each work list, we have a container, or would I call it a card, where we have the title of the project and little text. This is going, you can replace this with, intro about the project, or, write up about the project, description of the project, whichever. And then we have the GitHub icon with the link. So the GitHub icon is going to, you are going to have, if you see my hover on it, there is a link on the bottom left section. Okay, so you can add your link to the GitHub of the project. Then we have the link section for live preview of the project, and then we have an image of the project as well. Then this is the second one, this is the third. It is the same thing. We have the link, the project title, the description, the image of the work, and all of that. Right, next we have the contact section. So this is a pretty basic contact section. We have the first name, the last name, the email, and the message container, and we have a submit button right here. And then for the footer section, this is a very basic footer. We have the name of the user, the social icons, all of that. This is just a very basic footer. So for this navigation, if you're wondering, the navigation works perfectly well. So I'm just going to click on about, and it takes us to about. I'm clicking on home, and we're back right here. If I click on work, it takes us to the work section. And then if I click on contacts, it takes us to the contact section. So basically, this is what we're going to be building in this tutorial. This is a very simple portfolio website that you can use to display your work over the years, stuff like that. So let's get started. So I'm just going to go ahead to open my VS Code. This is open already. Then I'm going to navigate to my terminal, select the new terminal. Then I'm going to change directory to my desktop. Click on tab. I'm going to change directory to YouTube project. I have a folder for YouTube project. So you can create a folder, or I have a folder for YouTube project. So then I'm going to run this command, npm create byte at latest portfolio. It's a dark theme portfolio, so I'm giving it portfolio dark template React. Okay, so this is going to create a React app. Now you need to navigate to the app that you just created, portfolio dark. Then you run this command. Make sure you're connected to internet, and then this is going to install. So we're done with the installation, and then you navigate back to file, click on folder. Remember that we change directory to desktop, so just click on desktop, and then I change directory to personal YouTube project. So I'm going to click on YouTube project, and I'm going to look for the React app I just created. So the name is portfolio dark. I'm going to select the folder and open it in VS Code. So this is it in VS Code. I just need to do some cleanups. First, I'm going to delete app.css. And then I'm going to open up my app.jsx. Then I'm going to clean it up, Control A, then backspace. Then I'll use a shortcut to create a functional React app, which is RAFCE. So to use this shortcut, you need to have this extension, which is called ES7 React Redux React Native extension. Okay, so remember to install that extension. I don't think I showed it well, so remember to install this extension before you can make use of RAFCE. So that is that. Then I'll go back to my Explorer, then index the CSS as well. I'm going to clean it up, then For my routes, I'm setting the margin to 0. Padding as well is going to take 0. Okay, then for my index.html, I am going to change this to Alvin portfolio, right? So we need to check if our React app is working. You navigate back to terminal, click on new terminal, then you're going to run this code, npm run dev. Press enter. You don't need internet connection for this. So, alright, then you're going to see this, and then it is working. So we have our app here, which means that it is working. So now let's head back to what we're trying to build. First off, we have this typewriter here. That means we need to install React typewriter. And then we have all this here, the icons. So that also means that we need to install React icon. And also, I think that is all. We just need React icon and React typewriter. Then I'm going to get all the images. I have all of that as well. So let's get to it. So we need React typewriter, React icon. Okay. And we also need React typewriter. So this is a simple typewriter. So if you're on this website here, just click on this, copy this, head back to your terminal, just open a new one, and then paste what you just copied earlier. Oh, I copied something else. Okay, I'm going to copy this again. Then I'm going to paste it here on my terminal. Then for the simple typewriter, I'm going to copy this as well, and then open another terminal for it to be faster. Then I'm going to paste it also. So while all of this is going on, we need to start working in our SRC. Okay, before that, we need to get all the images that we're going to be using. So I'm going to copy all of the image into my asset folder. These are all of the images that we need. So I'm going to select all. Then I'm going to copy every single one of them to my asset folder. Replace. So we have all of the images right here. I'm also going to copy all of the icons as well that will be in the SKUs. I'm going to paste them in my asset folder. Alright, so once I'm done with that, I'm going to close this folder. So I think we're done with our installations and our packages have been installed. Now we can dive into the main coding. I'm going to start by creating our component folder in the SRC folder. So I'm going to have components. Then in the components, we're going to have every single one of our components. So we're going to have our navbar components folder. In the component folder as well, we're going to have our hero section folder. We're going to have the about section. In the component folder, we're also going to have the skills section. We are going to have the work section. We're going to have the contact section. We're going to have the footer section. Alright, so this is all we're going to have. And for each of the folders, we need to create the JSX and CSS file. So I'm going to have about.jsx, use REFCE to create a functional React. This is shortcut to create a functional React app. So REFCE, press enter. Then in our about folder, we're going to have our about.css, right? So I'm going to do all of that for each of the folders, for the contact, footer, hero, skills, navbar, work. So I'm going to pause this video to do all of that so that it won't take time. So I'm done with that. Now I can just close everything up and we can get started. We need to start by changing our background color for our entire code. So the body is going to take this color code, background, we take this code, and our text color is going to be white. So now on Alvin portfolio, you can see our background is the same with what we're trying to build. So this is it. Then we can now continue. We're going to start with the navigation. Let me close all of these files so we can focus on something. So we're starting with our navigation. We're starting with the navbar. So REFCE to create a functional React app, and then I'm going to mount our nav components in the app.jsx. So here I'm going to have navbar. All right. Okay, so on our screen now we have navbar. Now let's start with our navigation bar. I'll start by creating a div tag with a class name of navbar. Then in the div tag, we're going to have a list, and we're going to have 4 list items. So for each of the list items, let me select all, Control, Alt,
So for each of the list item, we're going to create a link tag. And for each of the link tag, I'm just going to use an hash for now. So within the first link, we're going to have home. For the second link, this is going to take about. For the third link, this is going to take work. And for the last link, this is going to take contact. So right here, this is going to take a /, which is the link to the app.gss, which is our main app. And this is going to take hash about. This is going to take work, because we're going to be using ID very soon for each of the components. And this is going to take contact. Right? So this is our nav. And this is what we have on the screen. So now I'm going to my index.css. I want to style for the link tag. I don't want any form of decoration. Text decoration will be none. And the color of all the links will be set to white. And then for each list item, the list style will be set to none. So let us see. This is what we have now. So now that we're done with this, we need to open our navbar.css. Before we style, we need to import our CSS file into our GSX file. So we're going to have navbar.css in our GSX file. Then we can now start styling. I'm going to copy this navbar. We're starting with it. So remember that our navbar is fixed, so the position will be set to fixed. Then the bottom will be 20 pixels away from the bottom. Left will be set to 0. Right will be set to 0 as well. I want all the items in the center. Justify content as well, center. Display of all the items will be flex. And the background color is going to take this color code. The width of the entire navbar will take 230 pixels. And the padding will take 1.2 rem at the width and 3 rem for the height. Margin here will be set to auto. Z index will be 50, and the border radius is going to take 30 pixels. Now for the lists, display here is going to be flex. For each of the list items, we want a gap of 25 pixels, and the font width will take 600. So let us see, and we have it like this. Okay, this is looking all good. Now to our hero section. So I'm going to close the nav.css file and the nav.gss file. Now to the hero section, we're going to start with RAFC to create the functional React app. Press enter. Now we're in our hero section. So because in our hero section we have this typewriter, that is why we installed it. We need to import the typewriter into our hero section. So I'm going to import typewriter from React Simple Typewriter. I'm also going to be using this image here, this home image. So I'm also going to import the image. Import hero image from // is in our asset folder, and the name of the image is home.jpg. Okay, we can now get started. I'm going to create a div tag and give it a class name of hero. Our hero has two sections, the left and the right. Okay, so we're going to have, so in this we're going to have hero contents. So in our content, that is where we're going to have the left, hero left, and then we're going to have, in another div, we're going to have hero right. Okay, so for the left section, we're going to have an h2 tag that is going to take the name of the user, the owner of the portfolio to be precise. I am Alvin Jonathan. This is just a name I made up. You can just change this to your name. And we're going to have an h1 tag, which is where the typewriter word is going to. So I'm going to use typewriter. So it has a self-closing tag. Now in our typewriter, we're going to have our words. So here we have the words. Now we're using our curly braces, open and close the braces, and then we're going to have this. Okay, so we have our square bracket, and we're going to have this as well. So we have our quotes now. Then you're going to type in the first word. In the first word, we have senior front-end developer.
And then after the double quotes, there will be a comma for the next word that the typewriter is going to display. So you put a comma, then you create another double quotes. Then we're going to have another word you want it to display, senior. The senior should be in caps lock. Okay. So here we have senior front and engineer. Right. So after our square brackets and the curly braces, we need to add a loop. Now we need to also have cursor, and then you need to set the cursor style. So I want my cursor style to be this. Okay. And also we need to set the type speed, which is going to take 70. And we also need to set the delete speed, and that is going to take 50. We also need to set the delay speed. So for the delay speed, we're going to set this to 1000. Okay. And then next is a very short description, which is going to take a P tag. So we're going to have this. I am a senior front-end engineer with over 15 years of successful working experience. And then for our right section here, we're going to have a div tag with a class name of hero image. Remember that the right section has an image, and then we're going to use the image tag. And here we replace this with the curly braces and the name we give that image, which is hero image. And then for alt as well, this is going to be hero image. Okay, so for us to see this, we need to mount our hero section in our app.gsx. Okay, so this is done. Now this is what we have on the screen. As you can see, our typewriter is working well and every other thing is also showing. So what we need to do now is to style. So I'm going to open my hero.css, but before that I need to import my GSX file. I need to import my CSS file, hero.css into my GSX file. So I'm starting with the hero itself, copy and paste it in my hero.css. Okay, so the height is going to take 80 VH. The padding will take 25 pixels. Now for our hero content, copy this and paste this here. Display is going to be flex. Padding inline is going to take 110 pixels. The gap is going to take 30 pixels. Justify content space between, and then our border radius is going to take 10 pixels. Margin top is going to take 70 pixels. We don't need, this is not supposed to be here. Now we start with the left, right? Guys, don't forget to subscribe. Do not forget to hit the subscribe button. Okay, so for left side, the max width is going to be 50%. Margin top is going to take 100 pixels. That looks good. We have an H2 tag, remember, for the hero left. So here, H2, and then the font size for that is going to be 45 pixels. We also have an H1 tag, H1. The font size for that is going to take 70 pixels. We have a P tag as well in our hero left. So for the P tag, the font size is going to be 20 pixels. Margin top is going to take 15 pixels. And the text color is going to take this color code. Now we're done with the P, the H2. So now to the right section. So for hero right as well, max width is going to be hero right. The max width is going to be 50% as well. Now we have this hero image container. So right here, I'm going to paste it. Come on, what is wrong? I don't think I copied it correctly. So I'm going to copy this, paste it here. All right, so we're back. Display is going to take inline block. Border is going to be 8 pixels solid with this color code 21, 25, 31. Okay, and then the width of the container will take 350 pixels. Padding is going to take 20 pixels, and the border radius border radius is going to take 15 pixels. Right now, for the image itself, this is for hero image. The image itself, the width is going to take 620 pixels. The height will take 480 pixels. Object fits will be contained, and then the margin left is just going to be minus 8.3 rem. Okay, so we have it here. It is exactly like this. Okay, everything looks good. Now the next thing we need to build is the about section, right? So to the about section. So I'm going to close the CSS and JSX file for our hero. I need to close this asset as well. Now to the about section. Okay, so because for this we're going to need this image, right? So we need to import the image. It's the same image that we used in the hero section. So here I'm going to import. I'll name it about image. Okay, I want to use an underscore about image from the forward slash asset folder, and the name of the image is home.jpg. Right, so we can continue now. Right here, I'm going to delete this. Then I'm going to create a div tag with the class name of about and an ID of about as well. Okay, we have two sections. We have the left and the right. So we're going to have about left, and we're going to have about right. Okay, so for the left section we have an image, so we're going to have the image container about image, and then our image tag. I'm going to replace these double quotes with curly braces, and I'm going to insert our image name here. Now to the right section, we're going to have an h2 tag for about me, and then we're going to have a p tag that you're going to replace with a description of yourself, something that tells more about you, but this is just going to be sample text. So here, this is the text that I'll be using, and then I'm going to have another div tag for our about button. This is going to serve as the button container. So this is it. We're going to have two buttons. We need two buttons. So the first button is going to take download CV. So you're just going to link your CV here. And then the second one is going to take hire me, which is going to lead to the contact form. Okay, so this is the about section. This is a very basic about section. Now we need to style this. Before styling, we need to mount our components in our JSX. So here in our app, so here I'm mounting my component. Okay, let's see what we've got. This is the image, this is the text, these are the buttons. So we just need to style now. So initially I've opened my about the CSS file, but I need to import my CSS file into my JSX file about the CSS. So I'm starting with the about container itself, the class name. Here we have about. The display for this is going to take flex. Padding inline is going to be 100 pixels. Flex direction in this case will be row. The gap is going to take 10 rem, and the margin top is going to take 100 pixels. Okay, we need to set the image. Let's see. Okay, this is what we have. We need to set the image, right? Now let's jump right into the image. This is the container that wraps the image. Let's start with that. So for about image, display for a container inline block, the border radius that will be around this is going to be 8 pixels solid, and this color code 21, 25, 31. Okay, and the width for the image container is going to take 350 pixels. Padding is going to take 20 pixels, and the border radius is going to be 10 pixels. And then transform, we want to rotate this. Transform, rotate at 355 degrees. Now for the image itself, so we're going to have about image container and the image tag. So the width of the image is going to be 300 pixels. The border radius is going to take 10 pixels. Margin left for this image will be 1.3 rem, And then we want to rotate, transform, rotate as 357 degree. Okay, I think we have a slight issue. Let's see. Okay, so this is not supposed to be border radius. This is supposed to be the border because we already defined the border radius here to be 10 pixels, right? So now we have everything working. Now to the right section. Now to the right section, about right. I'm just going to copy and paste it here. So we're starting with the H2 tag, which is where we have the about me text. So I'm going to set the font size to 100 pixels. We also have the P tag, and I'm going to set the font size to 20 pixels. I'm going to set the color code to this color code. And also I'm going to set the margin bottom to 20 pixels as well. What else do we have? Now we have the about buttons container. So for this button, the display is going to take flex, and between each of the buttons we want a gap of 15 pixels. Now the buttons, so the about button container and the button tag. So for the button padding, the height is going to take 1 rem and the width is going to be 3 rem. The border radius is going to take 10 pixels. Border, we're going to set it to none. Oh, sorry, this is going to take none. And then the font weight of the text is going to take 600. And the background color is going to take this color code RGB. Oh, sorry, this is supposed to be a bracket 15 215 250. Okay, let us see. And then we have this looking all good and clean. What else is there to do? We have the skill section before the work, and the contact and the footer. Okay, so to the skills section, so I'm going to close the CSX and GSX file for the about. Now to the skills, RAFCE. Oh, this is caps RAFCE to create a functional React. So for this skill section, we're basically using the SVGs. Okay, so I'm just going to import all of this. So I'm going to start with Figma from / our asset folder / the name is Figma.svg, right? So what I'm going to do now to make it faster is to copy. Come on. So I'm going to copy this and paste it 9 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Now we need to change the name. So I'm selecting the second one. Then I'll use Ctrl D to select the next text that matches with what I just selected just once. So this is going to change to CSS. Then I'll do the same, Ctrl D. Then I'll change this to HTML5. That is the name of the icon. Ctrl D as well, just once. I'm going to click on PHP. Ctrl D. I'm going to use Node.js. That is the name of the image. Select Ctrl D. Oh, sorry, it's supposed to be twice. I think I made a mistake. Okay, Ctrl D. Alright, so this is going to be MongoDB. Did I get the spelling? MongoDB. Okay, and next I'm going to select this. Come on. Okay, I'm going to change this to Tailwind CSS. Then I'm selecting the next one again. This is going to take Visual Studio. That is the name of the image right here, Visual Studio.svg. Ctrl D again. This is going to take React. And Ctrl D again. And this is going to take JavaScript. Right, so we're done with all of the images. Now let's get to work. I'm deleting this. Then I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of skills. So here we're going to have an H2 tag that is going to take this text and choose. Then I'm going to create another div tag for the skills container. So in the skills container, we're going to have 2 because 2 skills lists. So I'm going to create a div tag with skills image 1. This is going to use underscore. So this is going to take the first one and another div tag for skews underscore image underscore 2. Okay, so the first one is going to have 5 images, so image tag times 5, so we have 5 images right here. Oh, come on, control. So this is what we're going to have. So I'm just going to select everything on this line. So Control Alt, then your arrow icon that's going down. I want to replace this with a curly braces. Okay. So for this as well, I'm going to name everything skills icon. Okay. Now this is going to take Figma. So this is Figma. The second one is going to take Tailwind CSS. The third one is going to take HTML5. The fourth is going to take CSS, and the fifth is going to take PHP. Now for the image in the image 2 section, we're going to have 5 images as well. IMG times 5. Okay, we need to do the same thing. Try and get all of the images. Then here select Control Alt, select your arrow down so that it's empty. Now for this as well, Control Alt and the arrow icon going down. This is going to take skills. Oh, sorry, Control Z is supposed to take skills icon, right? So for the first image here, we're going to have Node.js. For the second image, we're going to have MongoDB. For the third, we're going to have JavaScript. For the fourth, we are going to have React. And for the last one, we're going to have Visual Studio. Right, so this is everything. Now we need to mount our skills component in our app. So let's see what we've got. This is it. We just need to style so we can have it at the center. Now, okay, let me close my asset folder. Then I'm going to open my skills.css. Okay, before styling, I need to import my CSS file into my GSX. So here is skills. I'm copying this, then I'm going to paste this here. Come on. Let me copy this again. Come on. Okay, skills. Right, display is going to be grid. Place items at the center. You want to have a padding of 40 pixels. What is wrong with you? Okay, padding here will be 40 pixels. And our margin top is going to take 4 rem, right? We have an H2 tag. Skills. We have an H2 tag, curly braces. The font size is going to take 38 pixels. 38 pixels. Then what else do we have? We have the skills container. So for the skills container, padding is going to take 20 pixels. Display is going to be grid. Place items as well in the center. Okay, so we have the first image container. So for the first image container, display is flex, and the gap between each of the images is going to be 2 rem. And then the images itself in the first image container, the width of each of the image will be 12 rem. Now to the second image container, paste it here. So we're going to have display as well with the flex. Let's see, gap as well with the 2 rem. But the margin top is going to be 2 rem as well. Now for the images, for each of the image, the width is going to take 10 rem. So this is what we have, looking all good. Okay, this is quite smaller than this. Let's resize. So I'm just going to resize this to 8 rem
and then it's looking all good. So next up is the work section. So I'm just going to close this file, close this other file, then open the work file, the work folder, starting with the work.gss file, RFC, to create a functional React app. So now we're on our work.gss file, and then first off, we need to import all of the images that we're going to be using. Okay, so I'm going to import image 2 from, I just give it a name, image 2 from my asset folder, and I'm using this first image, sample1.jpeg, that's the name. Okay, then import, I can just give it image 1 from my asset folder /sample2.jpeg. Then here import image 3 from my asset folder, and I'm using sample3.jpeg. Come on, .jpeg, right? So the fourth image, image 4 from /assets, and this is going to take sample4.jpeg. Okay, now that we have imported all of our images, we need to create an array of objects for the works that is going to contain all the contents that we'll be needing here. Let me show you what I mean. So here we have this GitHub link with the GitHub icon. We have the link to preview the project or the work, right? We have the title, we have the description, and we have the images. So we need to create an array of objects that's going to contain all of these. Then we're going to use the map method to map over each of the contents before we display. Okay, so I'm going to create an array for works. This is going to store all our content in form of objects. So for each object, I'm creating the first object. We have image, right? IMAGE, and this is going to take image 1. Okay, the title here, this is responsive, the image is showing responsive e-commerce website, right? And then we have our text, and the text I'm just going to use, and then we'll have GitHub. Okay, I don't think I used a comma here. Okay, so we're going to have GitHub, and then I'm just going to create like a link. GitHub. You can replace this with your GitHub link to the project you're trying to showcase, and then we'll have link here. You can replace this as well with the link of the project, like the live preview of the project. So to save time, I'm going to pause this video and add more, like create more objects. Okay, right. So I created more objects. So in our array we have 4 objects, and that is what is storing our content of what we want to display on our screen. We have the first object for the responsive e-commerce website with the image, the text, the GitHub link, and the link. The second one for SaaS marketing websites. This is part of the work that we want to display in the work section. The investment website, the e-learning website. So it's just short and simple. Then let us get to the main work. So now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this work. Then I'm going to create a div tag with an ID of work. So this is div.work with an ID of work. So I'm going to start with an h2 tag with the class name of work header, and it's going to take work. Oh, Ctrl Z. And I'm going to create the work container. So for work container, now what we're going to do here is to map over the array that we created earlier, each of the contents. So we're going to use the map method, works.map. So this is work. I'm going to pass work, and then the index that will serve as the identifier. So we're going to return a div class, a div with a class name of work. Okay, so there's a little here, the first one here, the first div here is going to take work list, since that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to display the work list. And this second div here is for each of the work, like each of the projects. Okay. And then I need to pass a key here for our identifier, which is going to be index, for the unique identifier for each of the work. Next thing is to create another div for work contents. So in the work content, we're going to have our work link and our work image. So this is for work Okay, we have work content, and we're going to have inside work content, we're going to have the work link. So I'm using two link tags. I need two. So the first one is going to take the GitHub link, work.github. Let me separate each of the links. And what we want to display is the GitHub icon. So GitHub. Then React is going to suggest a list of icons for me. So I'm going to use this icon here. The second one here is going to take work link. So work.link. And what I want to display is the link icon. So I'm using this icon. Also, inside our work content, apart from the work link, we have the title, right? So I'm using an h2 tag, and it is going to take work.title. And also we have the text. I'm using a paragraph tag here for work.text. So this is the work content is more like the left section. Now for the work image that we're going to display also, which is going to be on the right. So I'm creating a div tag with a class name of work image. So in the work image, we're just going to pass our image here, work.image. So to see what we've done, we're going to mount our work components in our app.jsx. So this is what we have without CSS styling. So let us style. First off, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So we need to import our work.css into the JSX file. Then I'm going to open the CSS file for work. Then let us start the real styling. So for work list, so we're starting with work list, right? So we're starting with work lists, and we want to style the work header. We want the text in the center. Margin top is going to take 30 pixels. The font size will take 90 pixels. The font family, we're using the font family of this font family. So I'm just going to paste this. Now we're going to style the work container. Display is going to take flex. Flex direction is going to be colon. We want all the items in the center. Overflow on y-axis, we want it to be auto. And padding here will take 20 pixels. Now to the work, each of the work lists itself, to the work list item. The background will take this color code. Display will take flex. Flex direction here will be no. The border radius will be 10 pixels. Margin, and then the max width is going to be 90%. The height of each work list item will be 500 pixels. Overflow will be hidden, and then the padding will be 10 pixels. Okay. Next thing we need to work on now is our work image. Okay, so we can style this work image. This is not looking okay. Let us style the work image. So my JSX file, the work image container, overflow will be hidden, and then flex, not flex direction, flex will be set to 2. So the image itself, the img tag, the width is going to take 100%. The height is going to take 100% of the container. Object fits will be set to cover, and the border radius is 10 pixels. Right. So basically, we're not seeing anything because we're here to style the content. Now back to the content. So for the work content, flex will also be set to 2. Padding will be set to 20 pixels. Padding top here for the work content will be 60 pixels. and then padding left will take 30 pixels. Okay, so this is looking okay. Next up is the h2 tag that we have in the work content. We have an h2 tag. So the margin and then the font size will take 38 pixels. Margin top will take 40 pixels. We have a paragraph tag in our work content as well. So margin will be set to 0. The font size, we need to make it bolder, so 20 pixels should do it. Then the color of the text is going to take this color code. Also, we have this work link here that contains the GitHub icon and the link icon. So for the work link, display will be set to flex. Gap will be 20 pixels. Then for the link in the work link, the font size, which is going to be the font size for the icon that we're trying to showcase, will be 44 pixels. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is looking all good. So let's check if it's. So let us work on the contact and the footer. So I'm going to close this CSS file for work and then the GSX file as well. So I'm going to close this folder. Then I'll open the folder for the contacts and the GSX file. So RFC to create a functional React app, press enter. Then let us start work. So here I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of contact form and an ID of contact. So dot contact form. It's an ID of contacts. So we have an h2 tag. We're creating for contact me. This is going to display contact me. Then next up is like a text. Please fill this form to book my service. Right. Next thing we need to do, since we're creating a form, we're going to need the form tag. So let's work hash here. So we have form tag. We're creating a div tag. The first div tag, we're going to have the label for the first name, and this is going to display full name. Then we're going to create another div tag with a class name of names. So in this div tag, we're going to have two inputs for the first and the last name. So I'm having input in form of text. So the type is going to be text. So the name is first name. And the ID as well is going to be first name. Also, we need a placeholder. So the placeholder is going to take first name. And this is required. Okay. The second input. So the second input is also going to be in form of text. So the type, I'm just going to select text. Name is last name. The ID as well is last name. And the placeholder is going to take first name. Next thing we need to do is to create another div tag for the email section. So here we have a div tag, then label email. This is going to display email, and we're using a star to show that it is required, it is compulsory. So I'm going to have an input tag here, and the type is email. So the name here is going to take email. The ID as well is going to take email. And the placeholder is going to take example, like you're showing the user what they should enter at example.com. It could be a Gmail, it could be anything. So it could be a Gmail, it could be a Yahoo Mail. Okay. So we're done with the email section. Then I'm going to create another div here. And that is for message. Okay. So label, this is going to take message. And what we want to display is message. And we're using this to show that it is compulsory. So for message, if you remember in our HTML, we use text area. Okay. So the name is going to take message as well. The ID is going to take message. And it is also required. Alright. So after that, we need a button. And the button type is a submit type button. So we want to display submit. Okay, so this is our contact form. I'm going to mount it in the app.gsx. So contact. So this is what we have currently without styling. Now let's just style it on. So back to my contact.gsx, I'm going to import my CSS file into my GSX file. So I'm going to open the CSS file. We're starting with the contact form container. So this is contact form. First, we need to set the max width. It's going to be 600 pixels. The margin will be set to auto because we want it at the center. Padding of 20 pixels should do it. And the border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code as 212531. Then the border radius of 10 pixels, we're going to apply that to it. Margin top will take 3 rem. Now remember that we have an H2 tag. So we want the text to be at the center and then margin bottom of this as well, 20 pixels. We also have a P tag. We want the text to be at the center and the margin bottom of this as well to be 20 pixels. And the color is going to take this color code. Now we have this form element here, and we have div tags for the form element. So here we're going to have contact form tag with div tag. The margin bottom of each is going to take 15 pixels. Now the first div tag is with a class name of names. So I'm styling this names display flex because we have two inputs in this container, the first name and the last name, right? Next thing we need to do is the label in the form. So for the label, display is going to take block, margin bottom is going to be 5 pixels, and the font width will be bold. Let's see. So this is what we have right now. Next thing we need to do is to style our input tag and the text area. So right here, contact form, the form, and we're styling the inputs. Also, we're styling the text area, contact form, the form with the text area. So the width, we want to have a form of calculation. It should take 50% of the entire width minus 25 pixels. Padding is going to take 10 pixels. The margin right is going to take 10 pixels. Margin bottom will be 5 pixels. Then our border will be 1 pixel solid with this color code. And also the border radius will be 5 pixels. And the background transparent. Okay, so this is what we have. The email section, the input tag for email and message, they're quite small, so we need to increase the width. So here we're going to have contact form and the form element. So the input and our target, okay, the input, our target here is of type email, right? And then we want to style for the text area. So we're setting the width to 95% of the container. So this is it. So this is it. This is also looking quite small for the names. So here, okay, there should be a space between both. So it's looking all good. We need to increase the height of the text area. So I'm going to have contact form, the form, and then text area. The height is going to take 160 pixels. Resize to none. And then we have a button. So contact form, our button. The width should take 100% of the container. Padding will take 10 pixels. The background color should be white. The text color should be black. The border will be set to none. And the border radius should be 5 pixels. Cursor here is going to be the pointer. And also when you hover on the button, you should work on the hover effects. We want to change the background color to this color code. So this is it here. My hover on it, this is what you're going to see. So we're done with our contacts. Next thing is, let us see if it is responsive before we move to the next thing. Okay, so our contact form is responsive, so we don't need to touch that. Next thing we need to work on is the footer section. So I'm going to create the contact.css file and also close the contact.jsx file. Then on our footer, REFC to create a functional React app, click enter. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag here with a class name of footer. Then we're going to create another div tag for footer bottom. Since at the bottom side, we have the left and right. Okay, so this is going to take footer. I'm creating another div tag for the left side. Then I'm going to create another div tag for the right side. Okay, so for the left, we're going to have, I'm creating an h2 tag, and it's going to take the name John Trumbull. Then I'm going to create another div tag for socials, and that is where we're going to have all our social icons, starting with Facebook. So React is going to suggest a list of icons that we can choose from. I'm using the first. So class name will be social icon. Okay, let me close this tag. Then we're using Instagram. So I'm using the first one. Let me just copy this class name and paste it here, since that's what we're going to be using. And lastly, let's say YouTube, right? And I'll paste the class name that I copied earlier. So on the right section, we're going to have lists, and it's going to take 4 list items. The first list being home, the second list item being services, the third list item being about me, and the last list item being hire me. Okay, and then after this footer bottom, we want to have an HR tag, then with the copyright text. So I'm going to create a p tag, give it a class name of copy, and then it's going to take these texts. Okay, so this is our footer. Then we'll come back to our GSS, mount it here. So this is our footer in our app.gss. Let us style. First off, we need to import our CSS file into the GSS file, footer.css, and I'm starting with this, but I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So for footer, display is going to be flex. Flex direction is column. The gap will take 30 pixels, and the padding will take 80 pixels. Now, for this footer bottom, display is going to be flex as well. Display here, flex. Justify content, space between. Yeah. Now for the footer left, we have the h2 tag. Okay, so let me copy this. And we have the social as well. So for the h2 tag, the font size, I'm going to set it to 28 pixels. Okay, the socials, display here will be flex, and the gap is going to be 15 pixels. Margin top here will take 10 pixels. Now the social icons, each of the social icons, they have the same class name. So for socials, social icon, the font size, I would set it to 20 pixels. Now we have the right section. So for the right, the list, display will be flex, and the gap between each list item is going to take 15 pixels. Then now for the each of the list item, li, we need to set the font size. This is going to take 18 pixels. Okay. Now we have the copyright. Remember, I created a p tag with the class name of copy, text align, want it at the center, and the font size of the text will take 18 pixels. So this is what we have. Let's see if it is responsive.